Good morning, everyone. Sorry we're 3 minutes late. We'll start with the karakia.
Te uru, whakatata te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana, kia takura, he tio, he huka, he hauhau, ti he ine, maurio.
Thank you very much. We've received an apology of lateness from Councillor Coker, and Councillor Peters is joining us by Zoom. There are no declarations of interest at the moment, so we'll go to item 3, and the first one is Spraden Cashmere Heathcote Community Board.
No, first is the presentation by staff.
It doesn't say that. Now, can people please put up with me, but today my hearing aids are in the garage getting an oil change. And I'm more deafer than I normally am.
What a day. What a day to do it.
Right, sorry, Pete, fire away.
This is very brief, I hope. It's just a little process reminder on what we're doing with the annual plan. Now, these dates are maybe more than we need, so just accept that some of them may drop off if they're not necessary. I believe you're aware of all these dates, and I just wanted to point out that after the hearings, staff will provide you with an analysis of both what the submissions and the hearings said to you, picking out the common themes. So for those who weren't able to attend a session or need a catch-up, that analysis will be handy. Then the briefing dates to go into the production of the final start in the middle of May, 15th, 22nd and 24th of May. There is capacity in there to deal with commercial or sensitive items. And then we have a backup on the 1st of June to really land the final product. And then the adoption process is through ELT 15th, audit and risk on the 20th, and then council on the 27th. So that's the state of play. As I said, if the hearings don't go as long as needed, some of those dates will drop off and your diaries will free up. Leah will now talk to where we're headed with the financials, just to put the sessions in context.
I get all the good news. So just to set the scene, we will obviously, once we go through the hearings, at the end of that, we will give you an update of where we are as we get closer. But just there is going to be pressure on our rates increase that was in the draft. There's absolutely no doubt about that. A couple of things that you'll be aware of: the retiming the Te Kaha spend. You had the presentation yesterday. On the positive is that they are, working through, and they are doing what they need to do to ensure they deliver on time. However, that timing will impact us because it will mean that we will start spending some of our money that's on budget earlier next year, so that will have an impact. Increase to the OCR. It was higher than everybody predicted, not just us. That just on its own, the 50 basis points that it went up, it has had at least a $500,000 impact for next year, and it may change again, so that will be an impact. Now, the living wage, obviously accredited a living wage employer, again at 10%, that is higher than we had forecast, and so we are working through the impact on that. That's obviously not just our direct employees, but our contractors, some of the contracts that we have put in place. So there will be additional pressure on that, so we're just working through that. So these are the things that we're going to impact it. On the other side, we will have other things that we will look at. The growth in the city always usually has a balancing impact, but remembering we did take in the draft a higher percentage than we normally would have, but we will not know those sorts of numbers until we get closer we get to the June date. But yeah, so just to put it in context for you.
Thank you, Leah. Sam?
Yeah, thanks, Leah. I just wonder, and I'm sure you've got it factored into the presentations you're going to come back in future, given sort of the talk around inflation and the impact that's having on everyone across the city, can we get sort of spelt out, I guess, the impacts of the last 12 months and what that looks forward for the next 12 in terms of those inflationary impacts on our budget?
You can do that?
Yeah, great.
Yep.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Just around the Te Kaha spend, the retiming, possibly what some people in the public might think is that if that's being brought forward and being delivered quicker, any chance it's going to open any earlier?
No, because a lot of the retiming of it is them buying some of the stuff overseas to deal with the supply chain issues. So it's them actually being ahead of the game to try and get some of the stuff there so that they can actually keep to their time frame. So no, that all indications it's not will open earlier, but this was actually making sure it's not delayed.
So then the question that simple people would ask would be, wouldn't that have been the planning anyway if you wanted to open on time?
No, because it's the challenge into the supply chains that's been happening in the last 6 to 12 months that they're actually trying to go ahead of it, because there's other costs of actually doing that as well. So they're balancing all those needs.
Thank you.
Sam, is it you, Sam? More? No. Okay. Thank you. One thing I do want to say before we get cracking into it, we, as councillors, we're going to hear a lot of stuff over the next 3 or 4 next week as well. If one person wants a report on something, I'm going to ask if there's consensus for us to all do a report. Otherwise, staff will be running around like headless chooks doing reports all over the place for 1 or 2 people's ideas. So I just want to, if someone wants a report, we'll do just a rough consensus of shall we do it or shall we not. Otherwise, there'll be reports written everywhere. I'm just trying to make things a bit. Hello, Sarah.
That's different to just the normal questions that you'd asked based on the submissions and things, though, right?
And still do questions. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is if we instruct staff to go away and do a report, which is going to take them one hell of a lot of work and time and effort, I just don't want them to be clogged up with a whole lot of stuff that's not necessary. Yanni, did you have a question?
Thank you. I think we made a request just to get, if it was possible, a way of looking at the capital program proposed changes in a kind of simple, easy to understand format for the hearings. Is there something that's been provided or?
So there was a memo sent to all councillors late last week, which identified the online tool that is probably the easiest and most effective way to get those changes. We also offered support to sit down with councillors to ensure that you're all able to use the tool. And there's also the draft annual plan document itself.
Sorry, I was kind of hoping to get like an A3 with the changes clearly shown so that when people are making submissions on like a specific project, we can kind of cross-reference it quite quickly.
All we're doing at this stage is listening to the proposals, and we'll go from there. So.
Okay.
Jake made a good point, but I don't think anyone heard it. So are we talking about consensus, like everybody agrees, or a majority?
For what I said about reports?
Yeah.
Well,
Just like a fact.
Just get a rough idea. If I'm not saying it has to be more than 50%. It's sort of just let's get an idea of do we think it's worthwhile going because all I'm trying to do is not have staff burdened down with a whole lot of stuff that it may be a good idea for a report, but when it actually physically comes to us, we might not read it or just think, oh well, we know what we're talking about.
A memo could also be an option too, and a lot easier than for staff.
Yeah. Okay. So
Remembering members that you're listening through
we're
the
just
hearing
listening,
process.
and
That's
I'm
what
not
we're
listening
doing.
very well, so we're listening.
You're not making decisions at this stage. That's not until June.
Okay. So you guys all done? Thank you very much. We'll see you in 2 weeks.
Thank you.
2 weeks.
So we have Spraden Cashmere Heathcote Community Board up first. Thank you very much for coming along.
Thanks for having us.
And how are we doing the timer? Well, we're doing it at 1.
Time is up.
Can they see?
Yes. Yes, they can see it.
Yeah.
I will give you a minute warning if you don't notice it on the...
Cheers.
Thank you very much.
Cool. All right. Thanks for welcoming us here today. Just here to talk to obviously our written submission from the Spraden Cashmere Heathcote Community Board. So we've got a lot of detail in the document itself, but I just want to hit the highlights and leave time for questions as well at the end. So our top line item in the submission is the South Library. So surprise, surprise. what I just want to talk about again with the South Library is obviously this is a very well loved community centre. It's one of the most well used facilities in the city in terms of community facilities. It's a library, it's a cafe, it's a farmers market site. It's a site where we run community governance from, and it's a home for many of our community groups. And obviously, the time has now arrived to look to rebuilding that facility due to the damage from the earthquakes. And we want to speak to the budget that's currently in the LTP and with respect to what the building actually needs. So currently in the budget, there's 22.5 million approximately allocated, including some earmarked from Better Off funding. And July last year, council received a report from staff basically saying that the true cost of a rebuild would be closer to 25 million. And at that time, councillors, accepted that was the figure and that there'd have to be money allocated in future annual plan and long-term plan processes. So while we recognise that that's sort of more of an LTP process, we'd like to do two things. Firstly, signal that that's something we'll be looking for in the LTP. But secondly, for the actual annual plan itself, we have an ask, which is that we ask that the staff do the scoping and design work to the original figure from July last year, that $25 million figure, so that number, which we trust will be allocated when the time comes in the LTP by council, as council said that it would do, that scope and that design's been done to the right number of 25 million. So that's what we're asking. And Kia, did you want to talk to Hunter Terrace as well?
So just to follow on from that, this is a project that has been delayed over a period of time to fit in with the needs of the network of community facilities across the city. And this board has strongly supported that we take a network-wide approach to community facilities, supporting facilities like the Hornby Community Facility and, of course, the Linwood Woolston Pool over that time. So we've taken a network-wide approach, and we feel that this is now the time that this part of the network receives its the aroha it needs. So obviously, Hunter Terrace, there's some work ongoing there, and this is just to flag the pump track and basketball court there. There is an existing shortfall in FY24 that of 120,000 that we would also like just to flag for you guys to be part of what should be a really amazing part of the future of that part of the world.
Thanks, Kia. So another big item for us is growing neighbourhoods. So obviously our whole city is experiencing intensification, and some parts of the city are well attended to in terms of their sort of planning and strategic design with the Greater Christchurch Urban Development Strategy. Some of the suburbs closer to the city centre, in particular in our area, Spraydon, are a bit less well accounted for in that planning process, and there's intensification happening in a more haphazard way. What we would like as part of this growing neighbourhoods sort of pattern is to ask for a project manager and a planner to support the board with work to bring together a bit more of a strategic, coherent view of how areas like Spraydon can respond to intensification by improving amenity and general utility and amenity of those suburbs to basically account for the increased number of people. So that's kind of our number two. Did you want to chat to, is it the guidance plan, Kia?
Yeah. So obviously one of our priorities in the board plan is Kyoto Kitai, from the hills to the sea, talking about the Port Hills and then the Apawaho Heathcote River. There is an existing Lower Apawaho Heathcote River management plan document, which a huge amount of work went into developing that document, and I'd particularly like to mihi to the Apawaho Heathcote River Network for their role in that document. So one of the things that we're really asking for is that council commits the resourcing over the period of this annual plan and into the future to be able to deliver on some of those aspirations. And I guess just to raise that up as an issue that we start to work on. It's great having these plans, but delivering them is really important too.
Cool. So another huge area of focus for us is safe transport choices. So in particular, looking at the cycleway from Westmoreland to the Norwest Arc cycleway. We just really want to support the existing budget allocation there for that to be completed. That's a really high priority for us. But we also wanting to support those kind of second and third tier connections to those MCRs as well. So those local cycleway connections is a big focus for our board. So we're requesting So we support the existing budget that's already there in the annual plan and the LTP, and we've got a few projects that are outlined in more detail in our written submission that we're requesting budget be brought forward if other central government funding becomes available.
Cool. And then definitely one of the key projects that we have coming up is the Cashmere Road public transport improvements. This is going to be a vital part of increasing bus reliability on that corridor. So we just really want to flag that as something that we're really keen on. And obviously, we have recently signed off on the Cashmere Dyers roundabout, and just to, I guess, acknowledge that project, and it'll be great to see that delivered in the near future.
Cool. So those are kind of the highlights from our I guess, asks and views from our board for our ward area. We've also got some thoughts on some of the city-wide issues as well. In particular, the UAGC. This board supports any reduction in ideally removal of the UAGC, as we don't view it as a progressive tax, and we don't think that's fair.
We would just like to acknowledge the proposal to change the allocated limit for water charging. We believe it's important to provide some consistency to consumers, and therefore we would suggest keeping with what is currently the limit, as that helps to incentivise the behaviour change, which is the key part of this policy. We would also, just to note in terms of matters like the Capital Endowment Fund, obviously pulling those levers is a one-off, and there's a real risk that when we use things like the Capital Endowment Fund to top up Strengthening Communities funding, we can only do that to so much, and in the long run there will have to be some tougher choices made. So we do just want to flag that there is no free lunch, unfortunately, there.
Yeah, I guess just want to sort of talk to Strengthening Communities funding as well. You know, the Strengthening Communities funding is something that is not just a nice to have for us. Strengthening Communities funding is a really, really high impact way of spending money. You know, it's the people that really deliver the goods on the ground in terms of social fabric and social cohesion are our volunteers in our communities. So our board is strongly in support of any retention of the Strengthening Communities funding, and that's kind of why we're talking about the Capital Endowment Fund. We don't want to see that approach of a kind of one-off top-up potentially undermining that funding in the future. Yeah.
Cool. And then I guess the last thing we just wanted to touch on is obviously the council has a problem delivering the large-scale capital projects that it has set out. The capital program delivery is something that's been a problem for, I can remember Andrew Turner talking about the difficulty in actually delivering capital for going back 10 years now. We see one of the big challenges is that there are some major infrastructure issues facing Christchurch, and council does need to think carefully as part of the long-term plan about exactly what the scale of the capital program should be going into the future, and how that capacity and ability to deliver can be ramped up over the next 10 years. Continually getting to this point where we have to keep trimming the capital program as it undermines community confidence, but also it probably reflects an inability to do the investment in our city that we need.
And that's all that we've had written down, so we're keen for any questions from the council.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Pauline, then Sam.
Thank you. It's a really interesting and well-delivered submission. Just touching on the Capital Endowment Fund, and I appreciate you were calling out the risk there that it needs to be a one-off. But in the document, there's two options. One of them is to actually reduce the take from the Capital Endowment Fund down to 500,000 instead of the 1 million, and that would have a rates impact of 0.08%. So I'm wondering if you had an opinion on that.
Yeah, well, we would support that. We would support reduced take from the Capital Endowment Fund, absolutely. Yeah. And
an increase in the rate of 0.08.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That's clear.
Tim?
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in and doing your presentation. Probably two things. One of them follows on from Pauline's around the Capital Endowment Fund. Is that so? You're happy to, I guess, charge more this year, even though the interest has gone up in that fund, so to speak. So I'm just trying to understand full picture in terms of your view on that fund. We've got a lot more in it because of the higher interest rates.
Sorry, Sam, could you repeat the question?
So the question is effectively, if we've got more interest in that fund because of inflationary pressures and the higher interest rates at the moment, we've kind of got more to spend. So we're doing it as a one-off given the pressures in the community. I was just trying to understand if you have a view on that balance of it being a one-off for the pressure in the community.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I don't think that spending on our community groups and the people that do the work and the hard mahi on the ground to build communities in Christchurch should be dependent on interest rates. I think that that's something that we should be investing in as a council, with valuing that with rates money and valuing that with operational spending that's not dependent on sort of economic wins and things like that.
Okay, and then just the second one is around, and just so I'm clear on the capital program, because I completely get your point, and Andrew and Leanne were really good at talking about the deliverability aspects of it. So are you saying at the moment the capital program is too high? Because what we had a report yesterday which said that we can hit about 390. So I guess the fear is we go into next year with too much on the program and, like you said, let down the community. So where did you land as a board on that?
So just to comment on that, you as council will be much more across the deliverability of your capital program this year. Our view is that really that's something for the CE to deliver, essentially, is the capital program that you set out. Our comment is more around, and as you go into that long-term plan process, the need to have a pathway to deliver, so that, as you say, if 390 is the figure, then let's think about how do we raise that 390 to 420 to 450 to 500, whatever it is that we need to do to match the infrastructure deficits that we currently have.
Yeah. So just so I'm really clear, sorry, Phil, in this year, given all the advice we've had from the chief executive and the management team, the challenge is getting it over 390. Are you comfortable with having a capital program in excess of that, knowing we can't deliver it?
If you can't deliver it, then I think that's a conversation that you as a council need to have. Certainly what we would be supporting is what's out in the annual plan as is.
Okay, thank you. That's thanks.
Cool. Aaron? And then Vic.
Yeah, so just on the South Library, is that being rebuilt to the same size, or is it being built bigger?
Do you want to touch on that, Callum?
Yeah,
I think you've seen the presentations.
Currently, 2,500 square metres or 247.
We're actually getting a briefing about the specific design coming up in about a week's time, but more the same size. Short answer, yes, same size. Yep.
Right.
So as you'll know, they're reusing the same foundations, so it does have to be the same size because the foundations remain the same, yes.
Right, yeah, because staff are working to a budget of $22.5 million, which is $9,000 a square metre, and commercial building prices are averaging around 2,500, peaking at around 3,500. So I think the current budget is pretty substantial. Do you not think?
Well, as I say, we're still awaiting a briefing on the detailed design of the project, and a lot of that cost isn't necessarily. There's a huge amount of cost going to be in terms of demolition and all those other kind of extra site costs that might not necessarily apply in every situation with a commercial build. So, yeah, I'm not fully across the detail there. That's my speculation at the moment, but yeah, we're going to hear from staff soon.
Yeah, because the current rate we're applying to it is the same rate as building hospital space, which has a lot more in it than a library. That's all.
Sorry, Vic. Yep, sorry.
Thank you for the submission. It's incredibly well presented, well written. I think you've set the bar for how submissions should be presented. I think it's great. I note that you recognise at the beginning of your submission you take into account the fiscal environment and the challenges of the operation environment that we're working in. We've got some serious deliverability issues. You're looking for additional budget and you're asking for some projects to be brought forward. I wonder whether there is anything in your area that you are prepared to substitute, because I think it's incumbent on all of us to be looking at what we are doing, acknowledging that we don't have a bottomless purse. So is there anything that you could substitute and push out?
Yeah, look, I think that what this board would say is that we have substituted that in the past. We don't. When we take a network-wide view of things like community services, for example, the South Library, what we did, in the past was basically say, well, look, as the South Library, although it's not an ideal facility in its current state, is at least open, and so we're going to prioritise community facilities in other areas. And our board, for example, supported the Linwood Pool and the Hornby Community Centre. And actually, what that means is it leaves a bit less on our plate for us to offer up, to the swap. And so we actually think that it's fair and it's right that the council, having postponed South Library, now turns its attention to doing that job, doing it once, doing it right.
Thank you. Thank you very, very, very good presentation. Thank you very much for coming in. Thanks.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Doke. Horswall, Hornby, Rickerton. Helen and Marie, please. You're starting to run around like a spring chicken, Helen.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak and present. I have 15 minutes, including questions. Thank you. I felt your annual plan was particularly good this year. It seemed particularly clear for a lay reader, and you had really good questions that followed the plan. So we actually followed the plan. We didn't actually deviate from that. So I'll just pick up some of the highlights. Rates, we consider it realistic in the current climate. When I was on council, I always argued you should be using the construction price index, which was about 4.1, and we were always going higher in rates. But I did check briefly, and the construction price index is 12.1. Whether I've got the right figures, it was from a phone call to the Department of Stats. So I think you're doing well in terms of being realistic. We argue for support where possible for those who are struggling to pay rates. So if you could somehow help those who are struggling, there are a range of mechanisms which you have, and we'd just like those perhaps published more, or perhaps just say if you have problems, please contact council. We support the business differential. The uniform annual charge, it's the lowest in New Zealand, and I believe we should keep it as it is. It was, just going back in time when I was a councillor, it was always argued every year, this whole debate every year, and since 2019 or 20, I understand this council has made it inflation adjusted. That seems really sensible. So it's quietly going up, but not dramatically. And I understand the possibility of a potential reduction to $50. I think that's or the board thinks that's a backward step, because if actioned, if you do this, I don't think you'll ever get it back again to the $153. It will just stay at that lower level. Now, I'm aware that will be an approach that some people think's best, but there'll be others who don't. And I just warn you that it'll be very difficult to make it rise again if you push it back this time. I am going back a bit, aren't I? I'm being reflective. Helen Clark, as Prime Minister in 2008, did a study on the rates relationship to income. How did income correlate with rates? And what came out of that, it was quite a long document, but there was a reasonable correlation, but not a complete correlation. So there's some people out there with homes and high rates which have low income. So I think you have to bear that in mind. And again, if you've got the structure now for the uniform annual general charge, why change it? Excess water charges. Our board argued against the excess water charges last year, but we understand this needs to be considered in the long-term plan. So all we're saying today, the argument today is whether you set it at 700 litres or 900. Our board believes it should be set at 900 litres. The capital program, we appreciate the capital funding for our board. We're a growing board, both in terms of intensification, in terms of subdivision, and also in Hornby we have residential houses close to industry. So we ask for all our capital projects which are there to be retained, So we ask that they're retained. We're not asking for anything more. I'll touch on 3. The Awatea Springs intersection was put in recently to your annual plan. We want that retained. Horsell Junction Road extension improvements are required. We please ask you to continue with that. That's been a long time coming. Horsell Junction Road offers access to Waterloo Business Park, and it's in a very poor state. It was under Land Transport, Waka Kotahi, and it hasn't been managed at all. They've let it go because of the motorway. So please keep that there. Arguing for a dog park in Horsell. There's a very strong indication from Horsell that they would like a dog park. It's there in the plan. I guess if some design work could be done, and then it goes through to the long-term plan next year. Just want to comment on the footpath on the main South Road outside Countdown. That's a Hornby issue. They do not have a footpath, and it's exceedingly dangerous. So somehow, if that could be looked at over the coming year, we would appreciate that. On a positive note, we've got the Matariki Centre maybe opening at the end of this year, and everybody is looking forward to that, particularly people in Hornby. So that's all I want to say. If you want anything to add?
Just wanted probably to emphasize on the fenced dog park for the Holswell ward. I believe it was in the previous board plan and in the LTP, and then it was deferred. So we want it back in our board priority plan this time in consultation. It was the most popular that we have it back on then. Yep.
Thank you very much. Have
Thank
we
you.
all done? You got any questions, anybody? Melanie?
Thank you.
With the Capital Endowment Fund use, do you have the same concern as the previous board about that actually reducing the amount of ratepayer money going towards strengthening
Yes.
communities, and that potentially what the worry is for some boards is that that might potentially carry on in future, therefore reducing the size of that strengthening communities fund in future years? Do you have any comments on that?
We've just focused on, do we support it for this year? And the argument is that we do support it at the higher level. There's 2 options there. So our board supports it at that higher
You haven't
level.
thought about future years?
I think going forward, it may be an option going forward, but that would be tested during the long-term plan. Was that the question you asked me? Yes.
Thank you. No more questions?
No question? We followed the process exactly. We don't normally do that.
You've done a lovely job. Thank you very, very much for coming in.
Thank you very much.
Good on you.
Thank you.
Okay. Coastal Burwood Linwood. Please, Paul and Jackie. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Tēnā koutou katoa, Mr Mayor, councillors. Thank you for hearing our submission on the 2023-24 annual plan. The Waitai Board commends staff and council for a practical response to significant change in macroeconomic conditions, but we do express concern that there will be little headroom in financial years 25 to 26. Delaying hard decisions using one-offs will mean the long-term plan will likely be fraught. We would not want to see any revenue generating assets sold or partially sold to get over the bump on the road. Christchurch City Council stands virtually alone as having maintained ownership of assets like the port, airport and Orion. There was great pressure post-earthquake to sell or partially sell assets, but the council wisely chose another course, which was to A, reduce the capital program to a deliverable level. The original capital program had about $500 million of undeliverables in it, and B, to use the portfolio companies to borrow and deliver high dividends. Every long-term plan, the merchant banks and private equity funds circle like vultures, looking to get hold of our natural monopolies, trying to take advantage of the latest challenges. This year and the coming LTP are no different. It's my view that the aim should always be in our plans to deliver what we say we will or more, rather than to overpromise and underdeliver. So we'll now just work through and underline some of the key aspects of our written submission.
Good morning, everyone. Just in relation to the Uniform Annual General Charge, we support Alternative B, setting that at a lower rate. And while we appreciate this does take away from council income, our board area does take in a large number of people living in a low socio-economic situation. And while when you look at things like in a dollar figure, it may not appear to be very much when you actually start adding on the $5 here, the $20 increase in this, and every $5 actually does count in that regard. Yep.
We also support extending the use of the city vacant differential rating in the commercial zone areas of New Brighton, Littleton, Sydenham and Linwood Village. These areas all have master plans that are being undermined by a few landowners. It's unfair for landowners to hold up the regeneration of our suburban villages. It's been over 12 years. If they don't wish to develop the land, then they should sell it to someone who will for the common good of those villages.
The board also supports the increasing of the water allowance to 900 litres. We have a lot of families, larger families living in single dwellings. We have a lot of families with young children and special needs children. And also I don't feel there should be any penalising people for actually trying to grow their own vegetables gardens now and save money by doing that, by actually charging for them for the water to do so.
The board particularly supports the following capital program projects. The South Shore Estuary Edge project, we would like to see it advance as consenting allows. The QE2 master plan, the board supports implementation of the plan but would like to prioritise the playground and the number 2 car park. And if need be, to use funding left over from the partial sale of QE2 land to make sure that these things are not delayed. So there is actually money available there. And the New Brighton public realm improvements in bringing some of this forward to the financial year 23-24 as proposed. In particular, the Pages Road Bridge ancillary works in the Waitaki Storm Basin, which all go together, should not be delayed. They should be advanced as design and consenting allows. The bridge is the most important tsunami evacuation route and it needs to be done urgently. We know, Mr Mayor, that you are familiar with the flooding in this area and the impact on road users, bus users, pedestrians and cyclists, as well as the loss of amenity for the entry to New Brighton. So if these projects can be advanced more quickly, it's vital that they are.
We're also looking to support keeping the 100k for the Otakaro Avon MCR. We feel that may be able to continue to be done with the delay of the wheels to wings. It could be switched over, make sure that goes ahead. And that also feeds into the Aranui Streets for People project that we're in favour of. And you're all well aware of my views on the organics processing plant. So I would please endorse that that is not deferred in any way and that you advance that project as quickly as possible.
We are pleased to see that there is a lot of investment going into the wastewater treatment plant and bringing that back up to standard. We also request that the Burwood-Maireho intersection should not be deferred. This intersection was not designed for the increased size and use of Burwood Hospital and it should be upgraded soon. The board asks that properties earmarked for disposal are prioritised for social housing in general. And we think the land should remain in public ownership. In particular, the board suggests that the Sandilands and McGregor's Road properties should only be divested to Ototahi Community Housing Trust or Kainga Ora. If not, the land should only be leased rather than sold for housing use. We would also be keen to have the Paranuris Road and Woolston parcel, which is unsuitable for housing, be used for green space or urban forest. We are very pleased to have so many craft projects in our area and look forward to them commencing as soon as possible. We'd just like to draw particular attention to two projects that affect local schools: the Linwood Ave School slip lane, which is a significant safety issue, and the Te Aratai College pedestrian and cycle access. And just a short process note around CRAF, we would like to be able to keep track of where the projects are in the pipeline and to be able to keep a line of sight over them. I'm unsure why a number of funded shovel-ready projects are yet to begin. And I'd just like to support, the board supports the Waihoro Sprain and Cashmere Heathcote Community Board's bid to prevent delay of the South Library repair. Because in the past, that board has supported delaying that project so that projects in the east in our area could be prioritised in recognition of the extra burden of earthquake damage in our area. In fact, I was actually the chairperson of that board when we argued in our LTP submission in 2015 that Spraden Heathcote should delay the repair of the library so that projects in the east could be advanced.
And just to finish off, we would like to flag the following for the long-term plan. The Marston's Hall Trust is, that community has raised a lot of funds and so on for the building of a community centre, and that will need a top-up from council. That is a very important facility for that community. So that's one thing. Also, the fantastic concept for the new Brighton Mall will need funding going forward, and that's an important thing for that area, as is the Orem Ave extension. Both of those projects are vital to the concept of regenerating what's going on in New Brighton Mall. Thank you.
In conclusion, we'd like to commend councillors and staff on a prudent and practical annual plan in inflationary circumstances. We'd obviously like to see some tweaks as the community board representing the east, and we're especially keen that every effort is made to speed up projects such as the Pages Road Bridge, Waitaki Storm Basin and the organics processing plant, the closure and relocation of that. We'd be happy to take questions now if you have any.
Thank you very much. Timothy.
I just want to say thank you for your support of the South Library, acknowledging, and I know you were the chair at the time, of our delaying its repair for other communities, so thank you.
No problem.
Sarah and then Yanni.
Thanks so much. I'm just interested in the expansion of the differential out into the suburban areas. We've got a submission from someone who does own a property in one of the village areas, and has submitted against it, saying that the problems in those areas are quite different to the ones in the central city, and that central city businesses, before this was implied, actually had a lot of additional support to try and get things off the ground from council first, and thinking that the type of developers in those smaller ones tend to be smaller owners that are less wealthy, those kind of things, than the ones in the CBD. Land value is less. And so is asking for a more collaborative approach rather than a punitive one, when council have been so enabling, even putting millions of dollars into rebates and things in the central city. And why weren't we doing that as an approach first in those suburban areas, rather than getting very quick, cheap builds, but getting the right outcomes in the suburban areas?
Unfortunately, as far as I'm aware, the behaviour of, like, we use New Brighton as an example, the behaviour of certain landowners has been anything but collaborative and that, council have tried to be collaborative. So my sort of gut instinct, if you like, is to say that 12 years is long enough, and that we just need to get on and provide incentives one way or another.
But we haven't tried incentives in the suburbs at all. We did financial incentives in the central city. It was just something to raise, and I know that there's one developer in your area who's really concerned about this.
Councillor, I guess I am aware of enough cases of just intransigence.
Yeah.
And we would be providing incentives to people who are just being, a lot of them, not all of them, that are just being intransigent. And
I mean, the incentives would only be if they actually did anything.
Pardon?
They would only kick in if they actually did anything, though. Yeah. And sometimes, sometimes it's worked in the central city and sometimes it hasn't. Yeah.
Not right now. Yanni?
Thank you. I just wasn't clear from your submission. Just three questions really. One is in regards to the housing. I appreciate that you've said that you want us to sell it to certain housing providers. Are you saying that we should make it the sale of land conditional on requiring public housing be retained in that on those locations, or are you simply not worried about that as long as the people that buy it are able to use the money if they sell it, if we sell it to them and then they can sell it for housing somewhere else?
Well, speaking for myself, because I can't, haven't really gone into the nuance of this on the board discussion, but the reason why we picked those two organisations because they are public housing providers. So, I mean, I guess you could put a caveat on it, but the outcome we're wanting is more housing in public ownership provided to people who need it. And that doesn't necessarily mean there needs to be a caveat on the sale.
Right, so you'd be comfortable with us selling it to those housing providers and then them selling it off as long as the money went back into...
As long as the net outcome was more housing.
Right. Sorry, Jan, we've only got 2 minutes left and you got Mel and I haven't got time for you. Sorry, Celeste. Mel?
I just wanted to ask about the two properties you mentioned about retaining. I just wondered if there's community interest in them or sort of what's brought them up.
So there's the Sandylands, the ones...
there's two, Palinurus Road, is it?
Palinurus Road is like it's essentially council doesn't know why we own it, but it's not a site that would be suitable for housing. It's essentially on the edge of State Highway, and it would be, currently it's being used for free for grazing, and there's no arrangement there. So the use of it would be ideal for some kind of urban forest if we're going to increase our tree canopy.
In Union and Collingwood Street.
The Plunkett rooms. We didn't mention this in the oral submission because there are discussions underway.
Okay.
Okay. No, thank you. I'm sorry we've run out of time. Well, all right then.
Quick, Celeste.
Yeah,
quick.
Please.
Yeah, just take my time. No, just okay. Thanks for the presentation. In terms of the other sort of issues, say within some of the suburban areas, Linwood and New Brighton in particular, would you support a similar kind of approach, whether it's a mix potentially of incentives, but also looking at a rating increase around derelict buildings? Because I know that this currently only is focusing on land, and we also have a problem with buildings that are in a poor state.
Well, in principle, yes, but haven't discussed that with the board.
And just the final thing is around the major cycle route. In relation to Pages Road Bridge, I'm aware that in terms of getting out in a tsunami situation would require a lot of people getting out of their cars onto bikes. So what's your view on making sure that the Pages Road Bridge repair and replacement gets tied into the major cycle route in terms of the planning?
Well, I mean, we need it to be as easy as possible for people to get out, so yes.
Thank you very much. Spot on. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we've got Bridget. You're on. Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood.
Tēnā koutou katoa, everyone. So kia ora. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present our board submission on behalf of the Waimero, Fendleton, Waimari, Harewood ward area. Firstly, we appreciate that many hours and considerations have been involved through the process to help keep rates down while balancing the needs of the community. And as we move into the aftermath of COVID-19, we're facing the financial and social impacts that the pandemic has left in its wake, and council are obviously feeling those pressures, but so too are our residents. So we will take our submission as read, but today I'll just be highlighting some of the key points that we made in our submission. So on the subject of rates, we thank the council for the effort it's made to keep the rise of rates as low as possible. But the board wants to stress that as it moves through the year, please don't lose sight of the goal, keeping the rate rise as close to the 5.42% as signalled in the LTP. With the increase in petrol and food prices, the cost of simply living is significant. So please just keep that front of mind. We're supportive of the council's preferred option of our 153 uniform annual general charge. We support the proposed differential of business properties, and we support the council's intention behind the policy change for extending the use of city vacant differential rating to suburban commercial zone areas. The board agrees that those who keep their vacant sites in a tidy and well-maintained condition that enhances the amenity of the area should not be charged the increased rate. As for water usage, we support the increase to 900 litres to allow for more comfort for larger households, and we support the intention of the policy. However, we have heard from residents that they are concerned about the fairness of charging residents and then not charging others if they do not have a separate meter installed. In terms of capital projects, just coming back to that point around the financial pressures that residents and councils face, we just want to say that now is probably the time to really focus on the basics. And just on that note, our residents expect us to focus on delivering core services effectively and efficiently. With regards to the small number of properties that council has, which are no longer being used for the purpose they were originally for, the board is really excited by this and puts forward the suggestion to use some of this land to restore pockets of natural bush. This would help increase our tree canopy, and if left as natural bush, should also require minimal maintenance. Further opportunities for this land include that where the community has identified a need for additional capital expenditure and there is unutilised council land in that ward, the board would support the council selling that land and allocating a budget equivalent to the sale proceeds to go towards new projects in that community. We can think of a few community groups that would be really excited by this. You gave us the opportunity to share other comments, and we'd like to note that we're getting concerns from residents about the lack of maintenance for roadside amenity features. So, for example, the sculptures in Northwood or featured entranceways to subdivisions, that sort of thing. So while these are not core infrastructure, it is disappointing when the upkeep is failing, and it does have an impact on community pride and well-being. So the board understands that these items do not have their own maintenance budget, so any work has to compete against repairs to critical infrastructure. And we recognise that puts staff and contractors in a difficult position. So the board asks the council to consider splitting some maintenance budget into a separate line item dedicated to these amenity features so that they can be maintained without needing to compete with safety critical repairs. After a range of workshops and public feedback, the board has finalised its board plan and its priorities for the next 3 years. I'm sure we'll have a separate opportunity to share what our priorities are, but we want to highlight that one of them is to undertake a scoping exercise for infrastructure to mitigate flooding issues on Brenchley Avenue. The board's intention is for the scoping assessment to be completed in time to inform the 2024 to 34 LTP. We aren't asking council to commit to a fix without knowing how much work is required, but we have seen photos that flooding has been a problem on the street at least as far back as the 1980s. We think the time has come to do an assessment to find out what would be needed to fix the problem. Finally, I want to quickly raise the point that some problems in our area also have exciting solutions and financial return, provided we invest in them sooner than later. And a great example of this is the Monavale Bathhouse. So the Friends of Monavale Gardens will be speaking to their submission regarding the bathhouse tomorrow on Friday, and we support the request to look at bringing some of the funding further rather than leaving it to 2029. There are discussions already for the bathhouse to be rented for functions and events, and the cost to fix the facility would probably pay itself back in a year's time. Again, thank you for all the hard work that has gone into this annual plan. It's been a huge effort and it hasn't gone unnoticed. I'd be happy to take questions if you have any, but I'm aware you've heard many submissions and you have more submissions to listen to. So happy to also receive any questions through email as well. Thank you so much on behalf of the board.
Yeah, thank you. That's very good. Thank you, Victoria.
Oh, thank you, Bridget. Just a quick question. With respect to revenue, spending and borrowing at 1.2 of your submission, you say you asked the council to consider whether there are capital projects which could be caused with a view to keeping the rates down and, context of reducing inflationary pressures. Are there any particular projects that you have in mind?
So when we did our submission, we didn't discuss what would those specific capital projects be. It comes back to that balance, right? Like, we want to see the city grow. We want to see, impact be made. It's been a long time coming for some of these projects, and, a sense of well-being and community pride is important, and we appreciate some of those capital projects are going to do that. I guess we just want to keep front of mind that let's not forget those basics as well, that core infrastructure, that roading, those potholes, just some of the things that really frustrate residents when they're going, I'm paying for rates, they're growing, and, there's so many financial pressures already, like, why can't we get these simple things fixed? So it's just keeping that front of mind. That's the point we want to make.
Melanie.
I love what you said about the bush for the properties that we. I was wondering, because you didn't identify any in your submission. Are there any in your board area?
I think there are a few, but we haven't. I want to say the next step for us would be to actually take some time to find out.
Because we need to know those for this.
For now. Okay.
Yeah. So, before we make a final decision, we need to know those properties, otherwise they'll all go. So you might want to get that information through to us.
Yeah, that's great feedback. Thanks, Melanie.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thanks so much, Bridget. Lots of really good stuff in there. Interested in the weighing up between safety and amenity improvements, and the suggestion that we carve off a little bit of that maintenance funding to do amenity stuff so that it didn't have to compete with safety.
Yeah.
That would still mean that we lower our safety budget to do that, and you don't think the amenity stuff should be on top of, as a nice to have, on top of the safety stuff rather than instead of?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't get into the balance of that when we were chatting, but I'd be pretty safe to say that obviously safety comes first rather than an amenity value.
Yeah.
I guess it was more just around what happens when you have these structures that are built, right? They're council owned.
Yeah.
And then it's just sort of a see you later, look after it yourself.
We do need to make sure we put on enough maintenance funding for those.
That's the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the other one is on the bathhouse.
Yes.
So I'm not all over the details of the bathhouse, clearly. Would it be leased for another group to be leasing out and using for things, or would council get the income from events and those kind of things?
Council? Yeah.
Okay, so it's not run by an external facility? No. Okay, thanks.
Okie doke. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks.
We're bordering on being ahead of time. That's all right.
Blew it.
Okay. Thanks, Peninsula. Ruben.
I'm sure I saw Ruben coming, did I not?
I saw Ruben before.
We did, didn't we?
Okay. We'll rip down. We'll do Emma. Thank you for coming. Okay. We'll just talk amongst ourselves for a couple of minutes.
Oh no, we're driving the slideshow too.
So that's our timetable.
Heck.
Morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
So now we have our Banks Peninsula Community Board, Nigel and Ruben. So, well, fire away.
You're up. Now, we don't normally do self-drive, so please forgive us if there are technical issues with the presentation this morning. Thank you for the opportunity to share our oral submission to the draft annual plan on behalf of the board and of our Banks Peninsula communities. So far it works.
Well done.
So our whakatauki that we consider through the work on the board is Ngā Tororo, Ngā Taku Roro Ka Ora Ai Te Iwi. Listen to and work with community, mana whenua, partners and other organisations to protect and enhance the environmental, social, cultural and economic well-being of Banks Peninsula.
We've become very aware of flood mitigation, of the severe weather events over the last 2 years, and we really are concerned and we will want maybe some thought about broadening the scope from the areas around Littleton to bring them back Aroa. They've had 4 flooding events down around the recreation ground, and some mitigation work needs to be done around that. And going forward, there's some very low points and some huge flooding issues all over the peninsula.
Yeah, it doesn't just float our historic cottages. It's also taking out roads and vital infrastructure and access in our eastern bays, which isolates these communities. And there are also many occasions when the name is no longer appropriate. The name Little River is no longer appropriate for Wairewa. Probably worth noting that the English translation of Wairewa is in fact water lifted up, as you can see here. So this really leads us to a strong priority for Banks Peninsula and a clear ask of council, which is that proactive planning for climate change. So the ask of council is simple, but it is really loud, and it's coming from right across our communities, across Te Pātaka o Rakaihotu Banks Peninsula. So the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Planning Program is currently underway in Whakaropo Littleton Harbour. That's by way of the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Working Group, the Adaptation Panel, and some amazing community consultation, which have been both informative, inclusive and empowering for our communities. But the ask is that we need to move faster, and that the board strongly believe that Akaroa and the Eastern Bays need to be included earlier in the Coastal Hazards Adaptation Planning Program.
Right. We really want to see the continuation of the improving of the infrastructure, and thank the council for the efforts around the wharves so far, but there's still more wharves and jetties to be done. And of course, improve the infrastructure and supporting resilience around the community with these structures, as getting in and out of some of these areas will be a problem in the future. We need to increase funds for repair and maintenance and continuance through these next annual plan and LTP.
Our communities also want to be connected, and they also want to feel protected. And in particular, on Banks Peninsula, that's from what we call antisocial road users, politely. Kotuitui smart poles are a really good way that we can improve connectivity in the community. So these feature Wi-Fi, police-linked CCTV, public address facilities, and lighting features. So they're a real asset to community at any point, but particularly in times of crisis, and also to help with monitoring and policing for some of our more remote communities. So the board is partnering with New Zealand Police and communities across the peninsula to identify the hotspots. And our ask of council is that funding be allocated to pilot these installations in the annual plan, with further permanent rollouts provisioned in the long-term plan.
We want good social and physical connections for our communities. This is a photograph of the tennis courts in Akaroa. This is a community issue. It's not about rich people going over to Akaroa to play tennis or anywhere else on the peninsula. We feel that they don't have the same upkeep and focus as the city ones do, and we would like to see some more work in supporting those community assets.
Okay, and the Akaroa Museum, we were lucky enough to pay a visit as a board to the Akaroa Museum recently. We wanted to speak specifically in support of the museum. It's an outstanding council-owned asset with a really important and impressive collection of local taonga that are part of our shared peninsula history and story. And so the ask there is that funding must be at least maintained, if not increased, to protect and respect what is a very rich cultural asset on the peninsula. The board has also looked very closely at the council properties proposed for disposal. It supports the identified properties, but really strongly reminds council that we do not support the disposal of land in Hunters Road, Diamond Harbour, and that the Diamond Harbour community deserves the outline development plan to be developed. And at this point, we shift to questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Well done. So we've got Sarah, then Tim, then Pauline.
Thank you. A couple of quick ones. Notice from the photos that you got, I completely agree about the climate adaptation stuff, the coastal hazards. The photos clearly showed, though, that that was due to runoff from the hills rather than the coastal flooding and erosion that the coastal hazards adaptation stuff
It's with the severity of
I know, but I'm just wondering whether the board would support the program of work and how it's framed being expanded into a climate hazards adaptation rather than purely coastal hazards.
Yeah, I think that's something that Nigel and I were discussing even in preparing this report, was that the water was coming from more than one place, sometimes at the same time.
So while we do need some specific coastal stuff, we do need broader climate hazards work for adaptation.
Agreed,
And the Hunter Terrace stuff, we've also had submissions on a current property from people in Diamond Harbour up behind the rec hall that people are keen to keep. Is the board supportive of that one as well?
Yes. Yeah.
Thanks.
Tim?
Yeah, just two quick ones. First, the tennis court maintenance, the photo is a good one, but my understanding in Christchurch, because you're saying the ones in the city, that they're mostly run by clubs and maintained by clubs. So is that connected to a club, or is that totally managed by Parks Unit?
It used to be connected to a club. The club folded, but they've now set up a incorporated society to manage it at a broader subject matter around the community facilities, because the school needed to use those. I played on those when I was at high school, when we had Methven and other schools come over, because they don't. Up at the high school, they only had one multi-use court. They want a multi-use court there and some courts, tennis courts, and netball and hockey as well. So it's become a broader. I guess that would be a club of some sort, but it'll be an incorporated society.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yep. So the second one, to smart poles. My understanding from our community board when we discussed this with police and others, the question was that the police to have ability to staff the monitoring of any cameras on them. So I'm just, have you your discussions with police, have they been in the same kind of situation or issue, or?
Yeah, so we have currently they're down at Naval Point, and my understanding is that those are being monitored, but it would be part of a wider discussion with police and smart cities around exactly what the resourcing of those looks like.
Cool, thank you.
Beautiful. Pauline?
Yeah, mine was just following on the climate adaptation and coastal hazards adaptation, and you're saying that you want Akaroa to come on board and the bays. Is that the view of the community? Have you had positive feedback from the community about this process?
Oh, absolutely.
Yep.
You know, we've had 4 major flooding events in the last 2 years, and we've always had them.
Yeah, but they want to step up to an adaptation piece of work and embrace that.
Yep, they would.
Well, that's really good to know, because that's the key role in getting this work done is with the communities.
The community, they would welcome it with open
Great,
arms.
thank you. Cool.
I'll just have a wee question. On all those photos of the flooding, is the problem that can't get, the tide wasn't in, so is the problem is that there's not enough pipes to get it out to the sea, there's not enough sumps, there's not enough stormwater outfalls, is that the issue?
Yes and no. When the tide comes in, the water stops and it rises. And the same thing's happening outside the pharmacy. The pharmacy had about a foot of water through it in the last event. It's coming on, there's 2 low points that need to be focused on. But it is about the water coming off and the tidal surge at the same time. If you get a full moon tide and a flooding event, you've got a real mess on your hand, as was seen in Wainui particularly.
So all of that I saw in those photos was caused by maybe just after a high tide, and the flap it couldn't get out.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Tyrone.
Kia ora. Are there any other submissions that you support in principle that have been lodged?
Yeah, well, I have some in particular. The Civic Trust one, which is focusing on the Britomart Memorial, as part of the history matrix of Akaroa. It needs to have some focus, and the Inuku submission, which is really about the next stage of Takapaniki and building a track from the Takaranga, which is where the po is, right up into a gate at the Britomart Memorial, tying the two together. So both of those submissions are right up the top for us. And I guess there was a submission coming about the multi-use courts situations too, so we're very much behind that.
Yeah, we did hear directly from that group when we were in Akaroa last week, and there's a lot of young families, young kids who aren't currently able to use that facility in the state that it's in. So there's a really strong ask that work happens so that it can be used by the community again. There will also be submissions from both Nancy Vance and Richard Suggett on Diamond Harbour, which we would support. And also, with regards to Birdlings Flat, there'll be a submission from Janet Reeves, which the board would support as well.
Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much for coming in. Great presentation.
Thank you.
Okie doke. So now we have Emma and Simon from Papanuana Central. Welcome.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you for having us along today to speak to our Waipapa Papanui Innis Central Community Board submission on this year's annual plan. First up, we would like to acknowledge the work that has been put in by you as councillors and also staff to get us to this point in the process, and also to acknowledge the difficult task that you have in front of you. I'm sure you will hear a lot throughout these hearings about the difficulties residents are facing during these tough times, and we would like to reiterate that the cost to our ratepayers must be at the forefront of your minds throughout this process. We commend you in getting the rates increase down to the level that you have, and know that while any increase will be challenging on ratepayers during this cost of living crisis, there is still a necessity to maintain levels of service and the upkeep and improvement of our city whilst absorbing cost increases. Regarding the overall capital program, we are supportive of the priorities you have outlined in the draft. Roading and footpath condition, as well as flooding, are two of the things that we hear most from our residents about, so we are especially pleased to see these at the top of the priority list. Hand over to Simon.
On transport priorities in the capital program, with the downstream works related to the Northern Corridor, remains a priority for our board, and we ask the council to keep a focus on that work. There's issues of compliance around that, of course, associated with the resource consent for the project, but also amenity for our residents and our St Albans residents in particular, who are most impacted by that, and we're continuing to work through some of the detail of that with community now. Some things that we wanted to signal, but also to request maybe possible to achieve through existing programs, so not a ask for extra money or new money, but simply some priorities within existing budgeted programs. Concern for the board is Springfield Road and pedestrian safety in particular. It's a long stretch of road from Beeley Ave North. There are no safe pedestrian crossings at any point along that road, and there's a number of community facilities and sort of points of population movement through there. Our cycleway program, the ask from the board across that whole program, and we'll come to this a little bit more on the next slide, is to continue the momentum on our cycleway projects, our major cycle routes, but also the smaller works, the connections and local routes and so on. And for our active transport initiatives across our whole city, continuing to promote walking, cycling, public transport, including considering rail as an option, particularly for access from the north of the city, again, where we're so impacted by vehicle traffic. And I must say I took a lovely passenger train from Christchurch to Rangiora last weekend. It was a one-off special, but it would be amazing if it wasn't just a one-off, if there was a facility there that gave people another option in addition to the existing modes that they can utilise.
So a wee bit more now on the cycling, which our board is supportive of. We're supportive of these particular projects being retained. The top one there is the Northern Line, which links the Unicycle Cycleway with Belfast. It's a very important link. There's funding on budget for the urgently needed signalised crossings at Harewood Road, Langdons Road and Sawyers Arms Road, as well as the missing section between Tuckers and Starricks Road and the completion right through to Main North Road. We also support the local cycleways project that's listed there. This provides some of the much needed infrastructure through what is currently a large gap in the northeast of the city, as well as supporting stage 3 of the Norwest Arc, which is due for construction this year. And then with regards to the proposal to defer starting construction on the Wheels to Wings cycleway, our board suggests that this is at odds with the council's stated priority in the draft annual plan of completing the major cycle routes so we can deliver long-standing commitments and make the most of government subsidies that may not be available later, which is on page 20 of the consultation document. We note that this project has already been through 2 rounds of public consultation, a hearings panel process, and subsequently been approved by the council. Our board believes that the council needs to deliver on its long-standing commitment to deliver this cycleway and give cyclists a safe option for travelling along this route.
Those of you who were here last term will recall that Emma and I have spoken a number of times around the issues associated with growth and traffic on the Langdons Road corridor. There's 2 projects, one mentioned on this slide at the top there, the Greers Langdons Road traffic lights. There's also Project 243, which is the Greers Northcote Sawyers intersection upgrade. Both of those are proposed to be pushed out in the draft annual plan, and we understand there are impacts associated with deliverability with the SURF projects as well. That projects do need to get moved around. The Greers Northcote Sawyers, it's been on the long-term plan for a long time, and there is a need and expectation for the community for that work to be done. So our ask on that is that it move no more than is absolutely necessary for it to, in order for council to hit its objectives and to manage its commitments. There's also a project on the books 61804 for a youth facility in the Papanui area. It's further out in the LTP. It's not one that's subject to any movement through this draft annual plan at this stage. We're signalling to the council that it remains a high priority for our board, and it's important to us for it to be maintained at least where it is in the LTP. And there are also other issues that we comment on, some of them specific to the Papanui area and some of them that relate to the wider area. One of our, a little project that began late last year in the Northlands area is around safety around the mall, and particularly supporting our young people in that area and to utilise that space well and respectfully. for the whole community to be safe in that area. So with some support from council as well as a couple of local youth organisations, there's been a wee safety initiative operating focused in that space, and that's something that we'll be continuing to support the community on. I would highlight on here as well, even though the slide is titled Papanui's Growing Pains, just an acknowledgement around the last bullet point on this around green space and amenities in areas of intensification, that the St Albans community in particular has seen very, very strong population growth over recent years, and staff recently presented us with a map of our entire board area showing all our council parks and green spaces, and there's a very obvious space in the middle of our board area around that St Albans area that is not served as well with green spaces and parks as either the central area or the Papanui area. So that's an interesting consideration, something the board's giving some thought to.
As Simon said, we as a board recognise the importance of community spaces throughout our wards, especially with those the increasing intensification in certain parts. And here we have 3 projects which have funding set aside in the 2021 long-term plan, which we will be continuing to push for come next year's long-term plan. We're bringing them up now so that you know to keep them on your radar for the future and to highlight the work that is already being done. There will be further community engagement happening around the Shirley Community Reserve project in the coming months, along with continued community activation of the site. And we are continuing to work with the Phillipstown Community Hub around their long-term plans and the need for a permanent home, ideally on their current site.
With respect to the city vacant differential rating, this is something that impacts our board area also in the Linwood area, so the Linwood Village. We're supportive of the intent of this. Something that we really wish to flag to council is, or a couple of aspects of this. One is around the timing of the implementation of a rate on vacant land in Linwood Village. Just noting that there has been a delay to the completion of the Linwood Village Streetscape Improvement Project, and we would like to see some alignment there between what council is doing to improve the area and what council is asking of private landowners. We also consider that the Vacant Sites Improvement Guide may need to be finessed a little bit when it comes to applying it to suburban centres as opposed to the central city. And there's some feedback there from our members for Central that perhaps we're asking a little bit much of landowners currently in that improvement guide as it would apply to Linwood Village. So perhaps there's something more cost effective that can be done that can still raise the amenity in the area without burdening those landowners overly.
And then finally, on water, as I said earlier, we have issues with flooding in parts of our board area, and we are highly supportive of the priority being placed on 3 waters projects in the draft annual plan. In addition to these necessary projects, we would like to see implemented a resource for residents with clear and concise information about flooding plans already in place, how council responds to weather events, when and how other agencies get involved, and possibly some kind of alert system. And then finally, regarding the excess water charges, our board supports keeping the allowance at 700 litres a day to encourage greater water conservation and to avoid any further rates increases. And now on to questions.
We've got Tyler was first, and then Kelly, who was a close second, and Aaron. Yeah, for life, mate.
Kia ora. That was a really good presentation. I appreciate that. I just want to focus on the youth part here, and sort of, I'd like you to elaborate a bit more on the youth safety issues around the bus exchange.
So the issue that came up last year was really around the fact that in a very small area, we've got Northlands Shopping Centre, which on one side has a major public transport hub on Main North Road. Immediately on the other side of it, we've got a school with a population, secondary school with more than 1,500 students. We've also got a number of other secondary and primary schools in the area. So we have huge flows, particularly of young people in that after school period. Around term 3 last year, there were a couple of incidents at the mall involving some young people. And at that point, sort of the flag went up and asked for help across youth organisations and council, as well as mall management. And since then, there's been a collaborative project has run, council put a little bit of money towards that, and a couple of local youth organisations, Papanui Youth Development Trust and Te Orohau, contributed to that as well, which has resolved the immediate issue. And there's been some really positive feedback from them all and from the participants in that. It's a little bit like a local version of the safety initiative in the central city, particularly focused in this case. My philosophy always is, and my encouragement at the time to the school when I was contacted about it, if you need to resource something to resolve an issue with young people, don't hire a security guard, employ a youth worker, and that's the approach that's been taken.
That's phenomenal, thank you. And the last question I have is around the Papanui Youth Hub. Can you talk to us a bit about that?
So it's not youth hub, but youth facility is perhaps the language we have at the moment. And this is more thinking around outdoor spaces, a place where young people can, a place that young people can occupy without the obligations that come with being in a commercial space. Papanui is a very dense sort of business and community area. It doesn't have a lot of bumping space. It hasn't got that public square, and that's, we've seen that as a real need in the area. It's something that's been raised with the board over multiple terms, even before my time on the board. I know that it was raised prior to that as well. So at the moment, the exact scope or definition of what that might be is not set, but there is some funding set aside later in the long-term plan to do something in that area.
We are really lucky. We've got some really strong community organisations working with youth in the area, so we'll be working with them and the school and following that path.
Kia ora. Thank you both very much.
Kelly. Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, just a couple of questions around the board's position on Harewood Road. So, did you guys engage with the public on that, or is that the board's members' position?
That was the position of the submissions working group.
Oh, so you had
Not,
feedback
but
from the public?
But knowing what's happened in the past and our personal knowledge and involvement throughout the process.
Right, so was there any engagement with the public on that, on their position?
Well, I would say that this process is the public engagement. It's not our job to engage with the public on an aspect of the board's submission. It's the board's role to submit its own position, and the public will be submitting to you as well.
Right, and you comment about the Waka Kotahi funding. What funding's that?
That was a quote from the consultation document.
Oh, right, okay. And then the other one was, do you think it's important to give priority to the local views of those most affected by the project, or not?
I've got a personal view on that. I don't know if we can represent a board view on it. I would note that there's a network effect, though, from our cycle route projects, and it's important to consider the whole of the network and the completion of that.
Right, so the local view's is not more important, it's just fits in.
I think it's the role of the council to weigh all of those views.
Right.
Okay. So, sorry, Yanni, there's no time left. We've got no seconds left. So you have to forward that through to me if you want me to answer anything. So, this is not the thin end of the wedge, is it?
Yes, of course it is.
How quick is this?
I just wanted to check.
Surprise me.
If the community board was supporting the deferral of the Ferry Road pedestrian crossing to the year 2026, 27, or if that was something that you wanted brought forward or done as per the.
It's not something we discussed when we were doing our submission, but we have heard from the community about the importance of that crossing. So board would be supportive of getting it done as soon as possible.
Okay, good as gold. Thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant.
Thank you.
So now we have Onuku Rungananga. Rick, welcome, mate. Good to see you again.
Ka te rāti hei Māori ora. Ko te heki ki tarangi, ko te waiwa awaiti e rere ki tai, ko kate e re kehu, ko nai tārewa ki te whenua, ko Onuku te marae, ko Rick Tainui toku ingoa. Morena, councillors and Mayor Phil. Thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to our submission. I'm hoping that those of you that haven't been to Takapuniki have read our submission, because you'll see a pretty extensive timeline in there around the events that, you know, started way back in the 1800s. Look, I'm just going to give a brief update to where we're at currently at Takapuniki, and then speak to the submission we've put in around the funding that we're asking for. Look, over the past 5 years, we've worked closely with the council in a co-governance arrangement around Takapuniki, and we've delivered stage 1 of that project. That'll be completed in the middle of this year. And you can see on the screen there that whole site, and I'll be speaking later to, you know, why I've come here today. Look, the blessing of Poutu Taraki Te Maiharanui took place in Matariki 2022, and I note that quite a few of the councillors here attended on that day, along with the now Deputy Prime Minister Carmel Sepuloni, a whole lot of dignitaries, local dignitaries. The local community board was also there. It was a pretty special occasion, not just for my whānau, but for our whole community. And, you know, those of you that have been there will note that the major piece of work that's been done is the erection of a 7-metre pole. And that particular pole has been paid for by the City Council and us. I think we contributed half the money, which was about $100,000, to have that erected. It's a pretty amazing site if you're standing next to it. And at the moment, we're in the process of applying, this is with the City Council staff, for National Reserve status at Takapuniki. Now, there are only 5 other sites in New Zealand that have that status. What I'm hoping, because I expect that will be approved by the Crown, and that this may open the door for hopefully some funding from the Crown to complete stages 2, 3 and 4. So we're only at the beginning of this journey, and you know, the only thing that will stop us completing it will be the pūtea that's required to make that happen. Currently at Takapuniki, it's extremely busy. There are schools visiting every week, and it ties in with what we're doing at our marae. You know, often they'll come on to our marae, they'll visit Takapuniki and Ornawi, and then learn a bit more about, you know, the importance of this particular site to Aotearoa. It's not just to us. It's pretty special, to be honest. Now, in regards to the funding, we're asking the council to consider $380,000 to, if you look up on that screen, you'll see a little pink dotted line, and at the top, at this side, on the right-hand side, is where the po and the takarangi is. And what we're hoping to do in this next stage is to build a path that leads down to the bottom where you can see G. Now, G is the Britomart Memorial, and why we believe this is important is because it's going to connect not only our history but the history of the English arrival. We want to connect those two pieces together, because it's not just about our story. And this particular path, you know, obviously they've done the numbers, include steps and planting and trees. They've come up with that figure of $380,000 to do that. The other important thing to note here is that currently the only access is through at the top of Takapuniki. There is no access from the Britomart Memorial onto this site, and obviously we would like to change that. also for those that live in Akaroa Township itself, they could come around the bottom and come up and access the site that way. It would also help if you fixed up the Britomart Memorial as well, probably. I'm not here to talk about that, but, you know, there's some work that obviously needs to be done there. What else have I got to say to you? I don't think there's anything else really, except to, you know, let you ask any questions you might have in relation to the work that's been done to date, or around this particular piece of funding that we are asking you to provide. Okay, Phil.
All good. Any questions, Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for the update on this, Rick. It is a fantastic story to be told, and it's one that many people should know. Longer term, once the whole site's completed, do you envision guided tours through there, especially when cruise ships might be in town, or other groups, even corporate groups going through for guided tours from local iwi and stuff, like telling the story in person, like doing the actual storytelling rather than just signage and have a look?
Absolutely, Aaron. You know, look, it's already happening now.
Yeah.
Last week we had, I think there was a group, I don't know, there were, Bridget O'Brien, who used to work here, was there on site with a group last week. I don't know, a group of planners from around the country. Obviously they wanted to go over there and have a look.
The national conference was
yeah,
down last
yeah,
week. That's right.
yeah. So they were on the site last week. So this is happening already.
Right.
There's not much to look at except for that first takarangi. I think by the time we complete and finish, you know, Waitangi is important to those up there.
Yeah.
This is just as important to us down here, and we think it's actually more important for our country than that particular site.
So do you see, with the growth in cultural storytelling globally, that this can become an employer in the area as well for telling a story and a narrative for local people?
Well, I would hope so. Look, to be honest, it's helped our own, you know, reconnect with what happened there. And you've got some of our young ones that, you know, are much smarter than I, talking about the history of the place and been happy to share it. We want everyone to know what happened here. It's not just about us. It's about, you know, the reason that we have the treaty is because of what happened here.
Yeah.
And we think that's pretty significant. Not just for us, but for everyone to know. Yeah.
Thank you. Tara? And then Yanni.
Kia ora, Rick.
Kia ora.
So and it's just really great to like, I think people are starting to realise now that it is the single most important historic site in the entire country, and so thank you for coming to see us today. Just in terms of, I know you're not here to talk about the Britomart site, but are you in principle, or is Onuku in principle in support of submissions around improving that site, that the Britomart site, and sort of
the answer is
generally sprucing
absolutely.
up? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool. Easy. Got it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yanni.
Yeah, thank you for your submission and for the detailed history. That's much appreciated. I just wondered if there's been any discussion with the Papatipu Runanga or maybe the Te Hononga Committee about the Better Off funding that we've got from government that is to go towards the Papatipu Runanga priorities, because that would seem like a good funding source. Are you aware of any discussions being held there about?
Yanni, the answer is yes to that, and part of, I'll be speaking at that Te Hononga, our next hui on the 24th of May, and part of the key aspirations for us at home is ongoing funding for this site, and I don't care where it comes from, Yanni. Right. So I'm very happy that you've brought it up, because I'll make sure that I say that as well, because
so we'll internally find out what our process is to distribute that funding as well. But just the second question, just because of interest of time, but in terms of the application to central government for the National Reserve status, is that likely to come in front of us as a council before it's submitted? Or have you got any idea of the process?
Look, yes, I do. So we are currently working with the Department of Conservation around the process, and because it's a very unusual process and they don't know much about it. Russell Wedge, who works here, is massively involved in the writing of that application, and we're doing that as a committee, but he's doing all the donkey work alongside Doc. And I had a conversation with Penny Nelson, the new Director General of DOC, a week and a half ago around the importance of this coming, and we'd expect their support, with the Minister to get this over the line. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yanni.
That's good. Good. Any more questions? No. Thank you very much, Rick, for coming in.
Thank you all. Kia ora.
And I should have said that. welcome back. It's right on 12:30 and we're onto it. Well,
Everybody's listening to you.
they're not. No, I've got my ears in there. I'm ready. So yes, I have. Yes. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome Frank Stewart to the table to talk to us for his presentation. So welcome.
Thank you. My name is Frank Stewart. I worked for about 30 years as an economist in central government, local government and the private sector. I retired about 20 years ago to manage my own financial portfolio and do charity work. And I'm talking about the uniform annual general charge, and I'll tell you what it is, because last time I talked to the mayor about it, before he became mayor, he wasn't quite sure what it was. But it's
please.
The uniform annual charge, or UAGC, is a fixed dollar rate that is applied evenly to each household. Now, the plan proposal is to reduce it from around $150 to about $50. The UAGC is a valuable tool in the rating toolbox that should be used, not thrown away by reducing it to next to nothing. And the proper use of the UAGC is to recover council expenditure that benefits households or people in those households more than the city as a whole. Now, such expenditure should include the operating costs of libraries, parks, sports facilities, education and cultural services, museum, and the cost of the councillors who we elect. Less, of course, the amounts recovered from user charges for those operations. So what's left for capital value rating? This should recover expenditure that increases the well-being of the city as a whole, and that would include infrastructure such as stadiums, water and waste systems, capital costs of new community facilities, and transport systems. Although, in my opinion, a land value is a better rating mechanism for transport, even though it's more progressive than capital rating. And it's my view also that much of the infrastructure operating costs should be recovered from the UAGC too, but this may be too big a pill for you to swallow. I think the council should carefully consider the beneficiaries of its services and rate accordingly, making use of the UAGC. Of course, many of your staff may not like this because funding through the UAGC allows much more scrutiny of the costs of their favoured projects when it would be otherwise hidden in the general rate. A couple of other points. Do we get value as a pensioner couple from paying about $9,000 in rates every year for the services the council provides us? I doubt it. Auckland's UAGC is $477 and Wellington is $777, although Dunedin doesn't use it. I've got a family holiday house on the west coast that has district rates of $2,000 a year, and the UAGC there is $636, and there's other fixed rates per household for other services which are even more, $938, and that leaves the variable general rates of only $540. It's a little bit more progressive than you because they do use land value rating on the west coast. My final point is that the council is there to provide services to its ratepayers. You should rate fairly. You are not a social welfare agency. So that's my submission, thank you.
Thank you very much. We've got time for one question from Jake.
Hey Frank, personally, would you be better or worse off under option B?
I'd be worse off, for sure.
Right.
Okay.
But there are a lot of pensioners in my situation that have had their houses destroyed by the earthquakes, have rebuilt on the property, the capital value's gone up enormously, and they're more wealthy, but they haven't realised it, and they're paying more. You know, I don't want to move house because my house was destroyed by the earthquakes. I rebuilt, and it's a hell of a lot more valuable than what it was. But I still don't want to move out of where I live. I've lived for 20 or 30 years.
That would be at the extreme end of options available to you, but yeah.
Thank you very much, Frank, for coming in and letting us know that. That's brilliant. Thank you. So, Summit Road Protection Authority is Kia. Yep, good to see you again, mate.
Good afternoon. It's good to be back again after only a short break. I'm obviously the chair of the Summit Road Protection Authority, and I'm joined by Kathy Lumweb.
Yep, I was the deputy chair.
And board member from Littleton.
And community board member from Littleton.
We're just, I guess, here to talk through a couple of things. First of all, many of you will probably be unaware of the exciting world of the Summit Road Protection Authority, apart from Councillor Scandrett, who was a previous chair. Does this move it forward? Can I have the next slide, please? Brilliant. So the Summit Road Protection Authority is a joint committee of the Christchurch City Council and Selwyn District Council, and it is advised by the Advisory Committee, which comprises representatives of the Council, landowners, ECAN, Summit Road Society, the Minister, Te Hapu o Ngāti Whiki, and a Council Open Space expert. The thing that the Summit Road Authority has a role in protecting the Summit Road and its amenity values, but also a broader, advocacy for the value of the Port Hills as part of our city. Back in 2018, the council resolved to move ahead with a Port Hills management plan. And the idea was that this would be an opportunity to, following on from decisions not to go ahead with prohibited times on the use of the Summit Road at night, this would be an opportunity to take a more holistic view of addressing some of the challenges and positive outcomes that the Summit Road and other affected roads might have. Kathy, do you want to talk a wee bit about the antisocial road user issue?
Yep. In the picture, of course, you can see lots of tire marks and everything. And what we think that antisocial road users are not just in the Port Hills, but all around the Banks Peninsula as well. And pretty strong evidence of that. But if we can do something about it, and it has been happening for such a long time, it would be good to address.
So obviously this is some of the negative issues that we're seeing up on the Summit Road. There's also, a really positive story about the fact that it's a heritage road for a park, and that's part of the really positive side of this conversation, which is that it's a unique asset for Christchurch and Canterbury. And going back to the kind of visionary Harry L days and some of this sort of, kaitiakitanga that we can exercise, there's some really great opportunities. So one of the things is these days, the bulk of the road runs through reserve lands. There's a huge amount of regeneration. There's a huge amount of ecological values that we're now really recognising as part of the Summit Road and alongside the historical values. And there's also some challenges to do with the particularly runoff heading down into the Pawaho. And we're starting now, I guess, to see this as an integrated landscape that goes from the hills, through the river, to the estuary, to the sea. There's some technical challenges about the way that the resource management system interacts with the Summit Road Protection Act, which we'll probably come back and talk to you about during the long-term plan, about how we can address some of that, but we won't go into that today. And there's obviously, since the fire, people have become more aware of the resilience needs up on those hills and what we can do to plan better, particularly with changing climate, to build in resilience. So in terms of what we're asking for this annual plan cycle, what we're asking is that council commits resourcing in this annual plan to scope the work needed to develop a management plan for the Port Hills, including the Summit Road. So we need to kind of figure out what would be the scale of this work, who are the partners, and what's it going to cost. That means that when we have another conversation at the long-term plan, we know what the facts are and how much this is likely to cost. And the other thing is obviously the authority is reliant on council staff to perform its roles. Council staff do a huge amount of work supporting the authority, and just to recognise that that's something that is really appreciated by the authority. Thank you.
Well, you timed that pretty good. You've been practicing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing that to our attention. Very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got Ross and Ann from the Christchurch Civic Trust.
Not this time.
Now, I don't know if the things.
The microphones seem to be on anyway.
I don't know if the thing is on the screen or not.
Fire away when you're ready.
Yes. Kia ora koutou katoa. Hello everyone. Anne Dingwall and I will address the on-screen Christchurch Civic Trust CCT numbered points, which are not on screen I see, but however, you've got them on your screens. 1. Given the enormity of the post-earthquakes demolition of heritage buildings, with continuing need for remediation and strengthening, CCT echoes the call by Mark Gerard, Chair of HPC, for the Heritage Incentive Grants to be reinstated. I believe Mark will be talking tomorrow about that. This is most urgent and would represent sound investment in city identity, including in terms of tourism. Points 2 to 4, special heritage funding planned must continue, please. The unfortunate state of the provincial council buildings weighs heavily on the conscience of the city. All speed to its restoration with a reactivated advisory group. Point 6, is the $1,800 charge for all non-notified work on protected heritage trees sufficient? Are the penalties for destroying protected trees adequate? CCT suggests that all libraries display a list of protected trees to better inform the public. This may help deter those who consider flouting the rules, and Jocelyn Slee, our board member, came up with this idea. 7, as the 2022 letter to the editor noted, which is on your submission, the proposed demolition of the award-winning South Library, which got the CCT Supreme Award in 2004, flies in the face of the city's 2019 Climate Emergency Declaration. CCT repeats Leanne Dalzell's words, and ours, the greenest building is the one standing, even if earthquake strengthening is needed. Major demolition, financial and environmental costs are avoided, embodied energy is retained, new build environmental impact is much reduced. CCC needs to trailblaze, insisting on emissions audits with every large project. This acclaimed, much-loved library should be remediated for citizens and the planet's sake. And point 8, CCT supports a funding increase as noted, perhaps Hardy Chambers. We're checking that the term listed is used correctly, and that's explained in the submission. But in summary, listed equals Heritage New Zealand, not generally protected buildings. The term scheduled refers to CCC generally protected under the Christchurch District Plan buildings. 5, Anne. Thank you.
Right. Point 5, Hagley Park, council fees for commercial events. Hagley Park, with its magnificent trees, lakes and open spaces, is not only a prestigious setting, but is arguably the premier setting for hosting outdoor commercial events in Christchurch. As demand grows, some ticketed commercial events are attracting attendance well in excess of 10,000, nearly 30,000 reported in one example. Yet the upper fees limit for commercial events is set at attendance of 10,001 plus. It follows that the larger the event, the greater the pressure exerted on the public park environment.
more heavy equipment, more vehicle movements, and limited public access on non-event days. Accordingly, the Civic Trust recommends raising the upper commercial attendance number in incremental levels to provide for attendance ranging from 15,000 to 30,000, along with the corresponding increase in commercial fees. Banner frame hire. The Civic Trust recommends listing 2 categories with corresponding fees, one for community and not-for-profit events, the second for commercial and private events.
Thank you, Anne. Are there any questions? We've got nearly a minute to fire the matters.
No.
Sarah,
thank you very much.
Ask if someone could forward to Ross the council report from when we made the decision on South Library, just because it deals with the climate. There's a specific climate assessment, so if we could send you that information, you'll be able to get them more background on it. That'd be great.
Right. Thank you, Sarah. In my letter to the editor, I said it seemed time that the bean counters and the environmentalists on council talk to each other. I presume that's happened. I hope so. And also the engineer's report. It seems very odd that the whole building should be less than 34%, given that it was built in 2004. And that's why we think remediation should be actually seriously considered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in. Okay. There we go. So we've got Janet and Joy from Birdlings Flat community. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hi.
The floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, I'm Janet Reeves, and this is my friend Joy Dixon, and we're both residents of Birdlings Flat. Up on the screen, you can see Birdlings Flat. It's a fairly compact settlement, and we're surrounded by open land, which is vegetated with native shrubs, mostly. So we're very concerned that Birdlings Flat is very susceptible to fire. There's a number of old abandoned properties, as well as quite a few recent new builds, many of which are constructed of wood to keep in character. Many people use wood burners for heating, and their wood is stacked up against the fences and houses. And being surrounded by open land with native vegetation that's generally quite flammable, and we're prone to wind to fan fire. So I'm just going to run through some pictures of Birdlings Flat if you're not familiar with it. So there's new properties like this one. There's old properties that are quite run down, and often they've been abandoned. Other new property. And there's, the vegetation that's quite dry. Properties like this with lots of wood about and very flammable. Empty sections, which are sometimes not maintained. This is beach vegetation. And this is actually council reserve. So that's road reserve there, but there's a big council reserve as well. And then this is conservation land. And then you can see, how close that vegetation is to the houses. So the problem is that Birdlings Flat has a restricted water supply. There are no fire hydrants. We only have one tank by the community centre, which is where they get the water for firefighting, and of course the tanker that they bring with them. And some properties, for both of us, are up to 780 metres away from this tank. So if there is a fire, they've got to go back there and fill up the fire tanker or the fire truck with the water from that tank. And because it's a restricted supply, it doesn't fill up again quickly. So the solution is either to provide more water tanks in strategic locations around Birdlands Flat so that the fire service can tap into them nearer to whichever house is at risk, or speaking to the fire service, they've said that they would like to provide access to lake for the fire tanker so they can fill up their tanker with water. Of course, the lake is there, full of water, but they can't access it. This is a private, it's not private, sorry, it's a paper road that leads down to the lake edge. So if they could get their fire tankers down there, that would be an alternative solution to the tanks. And we just heard recently that the Little River Fire Service would prefer that. So this hasn't just arisen, this problem. It's been around for a while. And in 2018, 2 residents made a presentation to the Banks Peninsula Community Board. Everyone was supportive of the proposal to put in more tanks. The investigative work was carried out by staff, and they found some potential locations for the tanks. And Fire and Emergency agreed to that proposal. Unfortunately, then nothing happened, and I think this was mainly due to the staff member that was looking after it retired, and it sort of got lost in the changeover. And so it wasn't until September 22 that Fire Service said, "Where's our tanks?" And they hadn't been done, and this was apparently due to an oversight. And now we find that there's nothing in this annual plan to put in our water tanks or as the alternative to make up the road that goes down to the lake. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just finished.
Now, you had half a second left and Tyler had his hand up so he can ask one very quick question.
Yeah, thank you. It was actually just for staff, seeing it in light of it being since 2018, just to maybe just get a small update or an email. I don't really want to report on the update on this.
Yep, fair enough. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So here we have the next one is Mark Craddock, please.
So good afternoon. Mark Craddock is my name. I'm retired. I'm 77. Before COVID, I worked out of the Christchurch Entrance Centre for about 7 years, biking every working day. Very familiar with the route from our house in Jennifer Street off Waireki Road, going down Waireki Road until the Highway 1 was made access across, rather difficult, left-hand turn only. So the other alternative was to travel down Harewood Road. I left home approximately 7:30 in the morning. There would be only one other person, a worker I got to know, would be travelling along that route. I'd finish work at about 3:30, and on my return, sometimes I'd spend most of my time picking up glass, and there seemed to be a corollary between Thursday evening and Friday morning. So often I'd return perhaps with a bucket and a spade and shovel and picking up the glass. Very apparent, when obviously the authority did have a mobile vehicle to pick the glass up. On some occasions previously on Waireki Road, there would be a couple of recreational cyclists, but there are other alternatives. They can either go down Memorial Avenue, Waireki Road. From Waireki Road, they turn to Darcy's Road and then get onto Harewood Road and then go through that magnificent tunnel that was built, presumably by the City County Council, for pedestrians and cyclists to get across that very busy Highway 1. The other alternative is the Sawyer's Arms. Presumably people who are travelling were wanting to get out to McLean's Island, but thereafter, as I pointed out, the alternatives are they could go under that tunnel and then they get onto Highway 1, which is prohibited really, take the risk and then travel. Yesterday, for instance, talking about the traffic congestion, and I work in that particular area for the Aged Concern as a gardener, and so Greers Road is an arterial route, from Graham's Road, travelling either north or south. The question would be, why jeopardise really tradespeople who we benefit from by putting two bike lanes along Harewood Road? If need be, well, then make yellow lines and encourage the residential people to actually park up their driveway to enable the cyclists to travel into what is a defined white line route. Not very practical, for the hospital, charity hospital. Not very practical, actually, for the residential home, from between Greers Road and the roundabout leading into the supermarket. A lot of people travel and commute and purchase in the supermarket, and it would be a shame if they were jeopardised as well. I've biked most of my working life, and you use common sense actually to ride on those well-defined areas that the City Council have provided. The thought yesterday, 2:30, travelling down the Harewood Road, travelling east, turning right into Greers, and the traffic was right through from Greers Road corner, Harewood Road corner, right down to Cottle Avenue. If you put bike lanes in there, you would further jeopardise people frustrated, really, that the tradespeople. At the same time, there was the police used that particular route, the fire brigade used that particular route, getting from east to west. Are there any questions?
Oh, Sarah? Yep.
Thanks so much for that. So, do you think that the City Council should be working to build a city for young people as well as those who are able to drive cars, for example? So providing safe transport infrastructure for those who wish to, say, bike to school along Harewood Road, those kind of things?
Obviously, very few pupils, high school pupils on bikes. It would be a great ideal if they did.
Yeah. Why do you think that they don't bike currently?
Why
do you think that they don't
Because
bike
their parents
currently?
take them to school, to and from.
So why do you think the parents choose to do that rather than letting them go by themselves?
Because unfortunately, they want to protect their family, their children, and to ensure that they get there safely and to return safely.
Yeah,
there are not too many high school students that I've witnessed in my time. And as I said, I'd finished work at about 3:30, around about the time that the high school, the students, pupils would be coming out. I mean, I've seen students along Greers Road, but I suppose they travel single filely, hopefully, and with care.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
We won't just go straight on the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Marjorie, please, from the Victoria Neighbourhood Association. Welcome.
Walk slowly so the time doesn't start.
Right.
Is this mouse driven?
You're
For the
you're
PowerPoint?
asking me.
Is it mouse driven?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I had trouble one time I was here, it didn't drive.
We won't start the clock until you're ready to go.
Well, thank you. Let me just check it. Okay, I'm going to quickly go through the first few slides because they are just background. So this is where we are. That is who we are. that is just for information. Some of these people you would have heard from. We are often the ones representing that bigger group, the actual committee. And this is how we consulted for this particular submission, given that we are a tiny bit overwhelmed at the moment, and I'm sure that you know everything that's on our and your plates. So if I can pause on this one, we have added one submission point. I do have some copies if you need them, for something that has just happened, and we were able to consult with 20 members in a short period of time, and there was unanimous agreement, support for Councillor Johansson's wait-and-see approach for Litchfield Street. Several people suggested that if there is an extra $1.2 million hanging around, we would like it to go toward the shuttle, which is one of V&A's main priorities, which will come up in a moment. Oops, I'm not going to bother going back. The first point that was there, where am I? Oh, submission point one. Huh. Well, anyway, we support improved public transport rather than expanding roads. Most, but not everybody, supports the completion of cycleways. But as I mentioned before, the highest priority is the reinstatement of the shuttle, which comes up even when we're not consulting on transport. And many say it's a no-brainer and they can't understand the continual delays. I know that I skipped, I don't know what's happened here, but I skipped that submission one, which was climate change, wasn't it? Perhaps you can just pick up on that. The summary of those points were in the written submission, and the main message was wanting even firmer decisions and fewer delays. So I'm now up to differential rates. Great support for that, for the reasons that you gave in your report, in your consultation document. We supported the differential rates for vacant land when it first came up last year, but wanted it expanded to include the entire residential Central City area as well, and to cover derelict buildings. And many people also wanted the amount increased to act as a deterrent. The general feeling is enough time has passed, and to have some of the derelict and empty sections that are not being maintained at all, even in a residential neighborhood like ours, let's get cracking. That was sort of the message I was given. We support council's efforts to try and stop, and I realize this is an ECAN issue as well, reducing water bottling consents, and we would support any efforts within your remit to protect wetlands and biodiversity. We presented to ECAN on that yesterday, incidentally. Staffing, we do not support staff reductions or delays in filling vacancies. We do realize that a outfit this large, probably like any, does have surplus someplace, but you have done many calls many times. Our feeling is that the staff that we rely on are overstretched. We wouldn't want them to be stretched any further by taking on other jobs if vacancies aren't filled. And I have been asked to emphasize that residents rely on staff to interpret some of these things that lay people have a horrible time interpreting, to come and meet face to face, but more importantly, especially in an area where we live, where so many things that happen in the Central City have a direct impact as well, to monitor what decisions are then made and do something about it when that monitoring shows that there are non-compliances and they're not keeping up. So that was the message I was asked to give, and I thank you for the opportunity. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for coming in. Brilliant. Spot on timing. Okie doke. So now we move to Matthew Talbot from Stanmore Developments, please. Thank you.
Kia ora. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. So I'm representing Stanmore Development. It's a business I started to support the regeneration of Stanmore Road. It's an area where I live. I live just off Fitzgerald Ave. I've lived there for 10 years, and I haven't seen much change. And as I've grown older, I've had the option to be able to make change myself. It's not easy, but there's huge potential, as everyone talks about. It's very interesting following the previous speaker. Victoria has a very strong neighbourhood association. The area around Stanmore doesn't. I've been working quite hard with the existing groups to initiate an organisation that goes above the levels of all the existing organisations, a group that represents all the residents and businesses in the area. That's a hard job. It's a really hard job. So that's the environment that I'm working in this area. And there are difficult issues that are not always evident until you start getting stuck in and trying to make change. So on the subject of the differential for rates, in general, I respect the idea. It's been very effective where it's been used. The issue I have in my situation in Stanmore is the timeline is different. The timeline is different. The issues are different for us. Whereas there was a very clear plan in place in town about what needed to be done, and a bit of a stick was required to get people to act. In the fringes of the city, I don't feel like there's such a clear plan about what neighbourhood should look like. And if you've read what I wrote, I've drawn attention to some of the areas which have been developed. There was the Williams Court building in Worcester Street, commonly seen as a failure. They admit it. Gloucester Street, Woodham Road, again, for lease signs everywhere. The kind of development that is happening is not really working. And so I think that something different is needed, and the issues that the approach that I'm taking is to bring people in, and that's a very hard thing to do. You guys have put a lot of money into the streetscape, but it isn't really solving that problem of reasons for people to come in. I will stop shortly, but I believe that the differential in this area is it's a stick where we need carrots for a little while, and I'm looking for the support of council to give more reason for people to come in and support us developers with innovative ideas for bringing people in. Once we do that, and I believe it's a lot of these ideas are around supporting community, we can have an active neighbourhood, and we can make things happen. But until that happens, developers aren't just sitting on their hands for no reason. They're sitting on their hands because if we build something, it's going to be empty in the current environment. So,
thank you. Aaron had his hand up first. Thanks. Right.
Yeah, obviously people make places safer. Usually the right sort of people, but because if you have too many of let's call them the wrong sort of people, you get trouble. But if you look at a strip like Stanmore Road, if we wanted to encourage people to live above all the commercial spaces, because those people then lower crime because there's eyes everywhere. If the DCs were dropped in a zone like that, so the development contributions for everything in the commercial space, if you put apartments above each of the shops, would that trigger development?
I'm not sure. I haven't come here with solutions either.
Yeah. No, it's just a straight question. They've been raised earlier because, like Sarah mentioned, we'd use them in town to try and trigger activity post-quake. So should we be using them in suburban areas, especially in down main roads where we want more productive bus lines or train lines? It's carrot and stick. So that's potentially one that where you want people living, you encourage that way. You drop your DCs for 18 months and try and spur a whole lot of development. Or
it certainly could, and I appreciate that kind of thinking, and the more opportunity to have conversations around these ideas. That's what I'm looking for here today.
Thank you, Aaron, and thank you, Matthew. Okie doke. Next, we've got Lindsay Carswell. Welcome, Lindsay.
Right, good afternoon all. You all will have seen a copy of this sent to you previously.
Yep.
From an article by the Ombudsman. I want to read an extract from it. A statement of intent, reading, at meetings with chief executives and other senior officials of local and central government agencies, the Ombudsman actively encourages agencies to establish robust internal complaint resolution systems so that as many complaints as possible are resolved by the parties concerned without direct Ombudsman participation in the process. Staff resources, this is the Ombudsman saying this, staff resources have been allocated to assist and promote this. Note the dates in the report there by the Ombudsman. 2008, that's 15 odd years ago. Yet the City Council is yet to introduce a robust internal complaint resolution system. I have repeatedly asked for this for a number of years. When I first asked, it would be long before any of you were sitting around this table. That's how long I've been doing it now. Council has yet to accept my proposal. Even the Ombudsman says you should have a complaints procedure, a robust one. I'm not the only one that's asking for one. I'm not talking about minor issues, a bin not collected, a water leak somewhere. The council already has processes to cover these issues, and it works quite well at that level. Instead, I'm talking about issues which could well result in a subsequent complaint to the Ombudsman or the Auditor General. We don't want to do that, really. I'm talking about significant matters of process, failures to comply with statutory requirements, failing to respond to a complaint, providing misleading information. I won't go into my experiences. We'll leave it out. The recommendation I want to make is this. Christchurch City Council to introduce a complaints procedure such as proposed by the Ombudsman. And that's it. That's what I want to say.
Thank you, Lindsay. Tyler?
Kia ora, Lindsay. I just looking for some clarity. I'm reading your submission here. It's really good. But you were talking about issues which could well result in a subsequent complaint to the Ombudsman or Auditor General. Is there examples that you could think of that would commit this?
Well, if I had known what I know now, the problems I originally had going back over 20 years ago, I would have gone straight to the Ombudsman rather than arguing with councillors and the mayor at the time, because they just sat in their hands and did nothing.
So you're meaning it's the back and forth, the issues between.
Just things went back and forth, information was withheld, false information was given to me. I went through mediation. The guy from the council obviously had never heard of terms such as acting in good faith. I had to put up with lies, shouting, told I was a fool, it's my own fault, and so on. You need to have one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Lindsay, for bringing that to our attention again. Thank you. Okay, so we have Nancy, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, good afternoon. Thanks for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to ask you to cast your mind across the harbour to Diamond Harbour, a site of 2,700 square metres called 2M Waipapa Ave, and this land is on the annual plan list of sites for disposal or for sale. And I'd like to request that it be removed from the list for disposal. I start with its physical features. I'm a landscape architect. This is how I think. I'm also a resident of Waipapa Ave. I lived at number 6, adjacent to the site for 15 years, and 2 years ago I moved to number 8. People here don't move very far very often. 15 residents live around the site. You'll note it's in a valley. Waipapa Ave is the ridge of the lava flow down Mount Herbert. There's another ridge to the right towards the Bowls Club. And in the middle is a valley, and this site is nestled within the valley in the residence. It's oriented northeast-southwest, so it does get the prevailing wind and the southwest in the storm, so the shelter belts both on the site and adjacent to it are really important. Being a valley, it has a valley floor and a catchment and collects water. There's about 300 square metres of space on that site that is wet all year round underfoot. It's also cold and gets a frost settling in the middle of it. And you'll note that topography-wise, the houses are sitting on a 65-metre contour and the valley is at about 60 and below. So we all sit around it like an amphitheatre looking down at this central site. This will help. It is zoned as open space community park. We've always assumed it was a reserve, but it's open space community park and functions as such. So it provides amenity, privacy, shelter, and access. All the neighbours around the site meet around and cross paths, use it as a shortcut. And you'll note also that it has wastewater pipes through the site and also has a long driveway right here. That's a shared right-of-way. It's 100-metre long informal right-of-way for these 5 residents that cannot access their properties off Puro Ave and have always had a driveway off of this site. The property status report indicates that it's adjacent to the commercial area. You'll note that the commercial area is to the north and off. It's about 200 metres away. It also identifies that it's beside parks and recreation. The end of the driveway is, but it's actually quite a sheltered, tucked away private space, obviously surrounded by the medical centre and the 15 residents looking into it. This kind of demonstrates that. It's got low vegetation on it, some sycamores, some weeds. The jewel of this site is the bird life. If you had been in our neighbourhood at 6:17 this morning, the dawn chorus begins, and the bellbirds, the wax eyes, the fantails. We've recently spotted tuis. It's a treasure that I would not have liked to have shared, but now I have to share with you. It's a pretty special place, and again, it has been assumed to be reserved, but now we've found that it's not, and it is on the list for disposal. I come representing myself, but we have spoken as a community. All 15 neighbours were invited to a meeting. All of them that live locally attended, so 12 of my neighbourhood attended and share my presentation to you and my thoughts today. So I can confidently say that it is a shared interest in the community. And I'll take you a little bit through the site. Here's the shared driveway. and to the right is the site, so we're looking south. And this is looking across. There are sycamores, there are these weed pampas species, but there's lots of perch habitat. There's the shelter belt to the right, that's quite critical. This is what it looks like in the valley looking up at the houses around it. It is like a stage. Voices echo. We all apologize to each other for when there is bellowing across the valley because we hear every word. And it's quite a really neat community. The council mows it twice a year. We look after it as well in between. And if you have any further questions, I'd like to request it be removed. It doesn't fit the criteria for disposal. And we would really value it having reserve status, local reserve for biodiversity purposes, and we're very willing to work together as a community with the council to maintain and enhance its biodiversity values. I was hoping to leave time for questions.
Question, Tim.
Yeah, thank you. So, and you've really just answered the question I'm just about to. So, as a community, because I've got, say, Purea Reserve in my area, which the community that right round it have now taken on board, and with support from the council, but they do the lion's share without doubt. They lead it. So you're saying rather than say just suddenly dumping it there and then council having to maintain the whole thing,
Yep.
you as a community are really keen to work with the council and take charge.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Cheers.
There is a reserve committee that takes care of a lot of the native area, the reserve areas in the community, and we would like to this to contribute to that.
Nothing like a committee.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's I didn't even know it existed, so now I have to.
Don't tell anybody. Thank you.
Okay, so now we've got Phil King, who is joining us on Zoom. Are we not quite here?
Should we do the next one?
Yep. Okay, so while we're waiting for Phil to get online, Kevin Lamb here, please, who come and talk to us. He's got a presentation for us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. And
good afternoon.
My submission relates to 5 topics: water rates, uniform annual general charge, land information memorandums, council-controlled organisations and funding. The revenue and financing policy refers to rates charged by the council as equitable. Equitable means equal treatment to everyone. Christchurch is the only council in New Zealand, according to my investigation, who charge water rates on a solely capital value basis. The council sees this as reflecting a perceived ability to pay based on the difference in a property's capital value. If the meters are being read, the water meters, frequently then all ratepayers should be charged water by meter. I've given some examples, and I've collated those up over the last 2 or 3 years of some examples I've just picked out of Sydenham, Marshlands and Hallsville. They don't mean anything in particular, they're just people's properties. But you can see in the same street that somebody's paying $178 difference to their neighbour. Where's the equity in that? The uniform annual general charge. I asked for an explanation as to where it is allocated at the LTP, and there was no explanation given, so I guess you just pluck a figure out of the air and say this is the UAGC. It would be nice if you actually allocated that sum to where you think everybody contributes to the same services. It's not rocket science. Council needs to charge the UAGC at $153 and replace this charge next long-term plan with uniform charges to all services. So that includes sewer, and land drainage. You are on your own with this rating system that you've got, and you need to address it in the next LTP. This is the fourth time I've raised the same question and no response has been made to justify the surplus of 1.4 million from the Land and Property Information Services budget. Charges for limbs should be reduced to that like adjoining territorial authorities to reduce this surplus. This is my annual hobby, is to sell Enable services. I've no idea why you've got it. As the council has raised, well, we make a profit out of it. That's not what you're in the business of doing. You're the only council in New Zealand that has this service, and it should be sold. It's not a significant activity, and there are other contracts that are able to do this work. The company should be sold. Council-controlled organisations should be working within the city boundaries, and a request should be made to CCHL to bring the activities within the city boundaries within 5 years. City Care has depots in Auckland, Clutha, Dunedin, Greytown, Masterton, New Plymouth, Palmerston North, Stratford, Tauranga, Timaru, Waikato and Wellington. But they appear not to be undertaking footpath maintenance in the city. There's another contractor or contractors to be awarded the additional footpath maintenance funding proposed. Just on the final one was the other funding that you show in the plan, $278 million. It should be explained slightly more than a couple of lines. $278 million. 20% of your costs are shown basically as a one-liner. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors, and I do appreciate the work you do in this lovely city.
Thank you. Sam, you've got a quick question.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. It's good to see you again. There was just one thing around the CCOs operating just in Christchurch, and I just wondered if you had a view, sort of think back to after the earthquakes, the impact a lot of our companies had in terms of the profit they were giving back to the city, which obviously helps offset rates. Do you see there a risk in everything being just in Christchurch?
It depends on how you run it, I guess. If you run it as a CCO,
I guess what I'm saying is if you're sorry, it's probably just worth, because people will be watching. If you take the asset base we've got, right, which is circa $5 billion of asset, what I'm saying is you're saying everything should be operating within our district. Do you think there's a risk in terms of having everything operate in the district, and that you have natural events, whether it's the Alpine Fault or whatever it may be, that actually stop them operating? Whereas if you've got some in Auckland or in Wellington or New Plymouth or somewhere like that, actually you're mitigating that risk?
Or not have them at all.
Right, okay.
There's companies out there that do that work.
Right, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for coming in.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask if staff can talk with you about your rates and how much you're paying, because you said you're paying about $2,000 more than you should be, and it makes no sense to me that that's the case. So you need to talk to a council staff member.
Sorry, I didn't say that.
You said in your submission you're paying $6,000 a year for rates.
No.
That's what I read. Is that this previous person? Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
I have been a good boy. Thank you. You said that we should sell Enable. Could you explain why? Because you never gave an explanation.
He did.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Which
You're
was?
the only council in New Zealand that has that activity.
So that's the only reason? It's just because we're the only council in New Zealand?
You keep getting involved in activities that you shouldn't be involved in. You're a local authority.
That's what I want to... Thank you.
Okay, good
Thank
on
you.
you. Cheers. Thank you very much. Right, we now have Phil King online. G'day, mate. How are you?
Yeah, we're very well, thank you.
The floor is yours.
I appreciate it. Mayor, councillors, thank you for the opportunity. Apologies in advance if this is out of context. It's the first time I've attended one of these, but I do thank you for the opportunity. Hey, the reason I wanted to have an opportunity to talk to you was I'm actually new to New Zealand. I've been here just under a year, relocated, made the decision to permanently reside in Christchurch and purchased a property. And as part of that experience, I was just astonished at the cost of rates in Christchurch. I know you've had earthquakes that must have increased the cost, but if I compare it to where I was on the Gold Coast in Australia, I was paying $2,400 per annum for rates, and my current rates here for a property that's probably worth, in fact, it is worth about $900,000 less than the one I own there. I'm paying about $6,000 per annum. And then just over the, and I just see this with a fresh set of eyes. So it's different when you've lived here for a long time. But then I just watch things such as, you know, they had the national housing intensification. I noticed Christchurch was I'm not sure if they were the only one, but seemed to be the main one that opposed it, and then spent, you know, ratepayers' money to challenge it. And I would have thought that makes sense if, you know, you were proven as the best town planners, you know, with the lowest rates. But what I've seen doesn't really back that up. It seems that, you know, it's quite a sprawling city. It doesn't have good arterial roads. In fact, I've noticed it's the slowest commute times for the major cities in New Zealand. And then just other things such as, you know, even with the high rates, there's still 20-something% of your water's escaping out of the pipes. You know, there's money being spent on, you know, for example, 4 theatres. They seem to have a lot of swimming pools, these sort of things compared to where I've been from. And I could understand and appreciate the ongoing cost to maintain all of this infrastructure must be huge. So it was probably just saying from an outsider's perspective, the current way the council is running the city on behalf of, you know, the citizens that live here does not appear to be the most cost effective. So probably I'll leave it at that. But that was my piece.
Okay, thank you. Righto, Tim, and then Aaron.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not familiar with the rating system over in the Gold Coast, but with are the costs for water, etc., included in what you were paying in the rates? You know, it was everything rolled up and just that, and they weren't separate, because in some parts of New Zealand, those costs are separate to the rates.
Yeah, it's a good question. Water is the exception, so all the rest, sewage, rubbish, etc., all included. But the water's not. But the water's not a big charge there. It's less than $600 per annum, so it's still twice the cost. The rates here, even if you incorporate water into that rate system.
Thank you.
Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for that submission. It is quite sobering. I just hope you live in my ward, Hereward. If you do, welcome to Christchurch.
Thank you.
Melanie?
I got you confused with the previous submitter, but I think you need to talk to someone about your rates amount, because you are paying clearly the wrong amount if you're paying $6,000 a year on a 900.
It didn't look like it added up, because I did see your rates in the back of the plan. It's only a $900,000 property, but the rates per annum was $600, and I think in the book it said it should be about $4,200. So I do mean to try and follow that up.
That is accurate.
Still wouldn't be.
That's
Okay,
pretty close.
So that's the end of the questions. Thank you very much, and thanks for being patient and getting online. Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Good on you, matey. See you.
Bye.
Okay, Fiona.
I can't reach the ground. Yeah, I think they're all equally high. Slightly better. Can you hear me okay?
Away, mate.
Kia ora. My name's Fiona. I live in the Harewood ward. Sorry, I'll take this off. Sorry, I didn't prepare a speech. I just wanted to highlight the capital program, and I'm not very happy with a lot of the things being deferred, particularly the cycleways. Cycleways are not a nice to have, they are urgently required. Some of the nice to haves are parks, park renewals, play space renewals. It wouldn't be great if kids could just bike down the road and that would be their entertainment. There's a lot of deferrals in terms of stormwater stuff as well. Like these flood protections, we've seen what happened in Auckland and the North Island. We need to get this flooding stuff sorted before it's an issue, not wait for it to happen and then go, oh, we should have done that earlier. Flood mitigation, stormwater basins, wetlands, reserves that can absorb this water. Too many hard surfaces, of course, defers that water to somewhere else and then it goes in people's houses. Coming back to the transport thing, so yes, cycleways, if we defer them, then climate action isn't happening, basically. What are you doing to reduce emissions, exactly? What are you doing to enable people to travel safely and have actual choice in their mode of transport, not be forced to use a car because it's the only option that's safe? And recreation as well. So cycling's not just a recreational thing, it's a transport thing, it's both of these things. Stop treating it like it's a nice to have thing just for people for their Sunday rides. It's not. It's everyday transport from A to B to C to D to E. It's not just the main corridors, it's everywhere. So the more streets we have at 30 k's an hour, the more infrastructure to slow cars down, the more every street becomes safe to ride on. So the Safe Speed Neighbourhoods consultation that went out, can't wait to hear the results of that, because I think a lot of people want basically everywhere to be slowed down, and I do too. So we need to have the money to put behind it, to put the infrastructure in to slow people down. Sorry, I'm not super prepared today.
All right.
But I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, Sam.
Hey, thanks, Fiona. Good to see you back in again. Hey, and just in terms of that capital program, because I guess it's sort of been the challenge this year, and we've put a real focus on deliverability as opposed to putting stuff on budget and then sort of letting the community down in terms of their expectations. Mm-hmm. Are you sort of aware of that?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of shortages and stock issues and supply issues and all these things going on, and with craft funding and all this other stuff happening as well. It's not super clear when things have been reallocated or the time has been bumped because of those things. But I still think the priorities aren't quite right.
Because I guess that just the one, and look, we can probably get it sent to you later on. Or you may have even done a deputation on it around the craft funding, the surf funding, I mean.
Yeah.
And we did prioritise a lot of that work for sort of the points you've raised and had trade-offs with other things. So, yeah, as long as you're aware of that, that's really useful.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Celeste?
Thank you. I thought it was a great presentation, and I appreciate you drawing attention to the need to prioritise the cycle network. As in your experience, are there some significant gaps in the network?
Yeah, the northeast of the city and the northwest of the city. So if you live along the railway line, awesome. If you don't, not awesome.
So you mentioned specifically, as you said, towards the eastern suburbs, towards Preston's and New Brighton.
Yeah, Preston's needs a commuter route, as does New Brighton. I don't know, all these places they've got nothing basically. There's the Anzac Drive, which randomly stops.
I appreciate your submission. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Well done. Gregory, where are you, mate? Good to see you.
Hey.
How are you?
Good. Hey, good afternoon, councillors and Mr Mayor. With only 5 minutes submission time, I'll jump straight into it. My first statement to you all is I hope you do appreciate that people and residents have choices on where they live. I know a number of people in Christchurch are already paying $20,000, $30,000 and $40,000 a year in rates. Quick raise of hands from councillors that think $40,000 a year rates on a residential home with 2 people is value, and would they be prepared to pay it? I don't know what but it's a 2-person residence, and I know a lot of people. Look, I'll continue on. The people I know paying these exorbitant and unfair rates are people who have built businesses in Christchurch, creating dozens, if not hundreds, of jobs in the city. With the proposed reduction in the UGRC, you're just further confirming with this proposal that the city doesn't want these people living here. Go to Waimak, Selwyn, Auckland, anywhere but here. Spend your money in restaurants, bars, elsewhere. Build your businesses elsewhere. Create employment anywhere but Christchurch. You want to spend money on local trades and businesses improving your home? The messaging from this council is, well, if you do, we'll charge you 3, 4 or 5 times more than other towns or cities on your rates. For a point of reference, my rates on a $1.6 million home are just over $10,000 a year. These rates would be $6,000 less or 60% cheaper if I lived in the Selwyn district. I can still live in Canterbury, still call Christchurch home, just move 10 minutes away, just not spend my money in Christchurch, venues, bars, etc. If I lived in a similar value home of 1.6 in Waimak, my rates would be 4.9, Selwyn would be 3.8 and Auckland would be 3.6. This delta will only further increase with the compounding effect of ongoing rates increases. Thus, I envisage my rates to be 15 grand in the near future. The only sensible action to do with what every other council in the country does and increase the UGRC to $400 or $500 to share the burden and prevent the upcoming scenario where those that generate jobs and build wealth simply see Christchurch the city not to be in. For the purpose of perspective, I did a request to council. It costs $50 a year just for the red bin to be collected from every home in this city. So this proposal to reduce the uniform and general rates charge to barely cover one rubbish bin. A perfect example of how councillors supporting this reduction in the UGRC are doing this for ideological rather than informed and rational reason is on the 15th of April 2020, Melanie Coker sent to her like-minded colleagues, Sarah, Pauline, Yanni and some others, copied me in an error by Melanie to an email responding to a letter I penned highlighting concerns to the high cost of rates in our city when Jake mooted this charge some time back. The direct quote from Melanie was, if he's paying that much in rates, his home must be worth $2 million. So hard done by not. So ignoring this inappropriate personal comment from Melanie, you're out by close to 25% on the value of my property. So having a grip on rates versus property values isn't your strong point possibly, and maybe you should abstain from voting on this proposal. Jake, as the instigator of this proposal, I've got a couple of questions for you directly. You came back to me in 220 saying that you've got 4 individuals living in the house that rent and cover my rates bill. So I've got a couple of questions for you. So, Jake, you may or may not know this, but roughly what's your section size? 4 bedrooms? Yeah. How many bathrooms? 2. And you've got 4 income earners in the city, adult income earners in the property. What's your point, Greg? So what are your rates? What are your rates? I don't know. Close to 3. You don't? Okay, so 3. So you've got 4 adult income earners in your property. I've got 2. My rates are over 10 and yours are 3. So give me a reason why I should be subsidising. This appears to be a self-serving and ideological driven proposal rather than a fair and equitable proposal. We've seen that in a couple of presentations prior.
Your house is worth 4 times mine, Greg.
Yeah, but so this goes back to the point of what we use in the city and the fairness and equitability. So I'd like to say the submission isn't about being self-serving on my behalf. I've got an exit plan from the city in the near future, but I've spoken to many individuals, the type that actually create jobs, start businesses in the city, perhaps the type of people that some of you don't relate or talk to, but the city is pushing them to reconsider staying, investing or retiring here. And people coming to look and live in the city will look at it and go, well, I can live with rates of half or a third just on the outskirts of the city. So I guess I'd humbly ask council to reconsider the UGRC to actually increase to align with competing cities. Then perhaps the $20 million a year that we spend currently on the marketing arm of Christchurch City, being the Christchurch NZ, maybe won't be needed because people can afford to live here and you don't try to have to attract them. And that's me.
Thank you, Greg.
Any questions?
Oh, we got one. Yeah, Sarah.
Thanks for that, Greg. I'm just wondering with your analysis, because Christchurch sits in the middle of the pack when it comes to rates, when you look at it on an average house value for that area.
And I guess
was your analysis done with the average house value rather than your dollar value? I'm just wondering.
So my point is exactly that. With the uniform general rates charge dropping, the burden of the rates is falling on a very small number. And I literally
Checking on your process for when you assessed against the other councils.
so I looked at exactly the same
dollar
value property, exactly the
but
same
not
value property.
Okay, so it may be under average for some areas and over average for others. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
just checking.
Okay. Cool. Well, hang on, while we're on a roll, Jake wants those out.
Just in your submission, you mentioned I'm in favour of the redistribution of wealth. Do you mind if I quote you on that in future bits and pieces?
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right.
Yep.
Thank you very much for popping in.
Thanks, guys.
Rightio, so Donald. How are you doing today?
I'm good, Phil. Very good, thank you. I'm here today to start with. I'd like to sign up, Phil, to your 6% rate rise, please. Even 10% would be fine. 20% would be a bit uncharitable. 40% would be a bit unfair, but currently you've got me down as 59%. Yes, in my submission, folks, I did not leave out a decimal point when saying and suggest 5.9% and a typo. It's actually 59% that you're telling me my rates are going to go up by. Now, the reason is quite simple, because the eastern side of the city has had a lot of apartment blocks go up. And one of the things that I'm not seeing that we've factored is how we deal with those each cases, like mine, where my valuation went from 205,000 to 535,000 because the valuers decided my piece of land is now worth $345,000. The value of the property sitting on top of it only increased by $15,000 from about $60,000 to $75,000. So it's a pretty rundown old shitty. Oh, can I use that word on live?
Feel free.
It's a bungalow sitting on a big walloping bit of land and 741 square metres. Before anybody asks, I know Greg will ask about the size of land. So that's kind of interesting, really, isn't it? So if you're going to take $1,000 more a year off me, which, okay, yeah, so my rates went from $1,400 to $2,400. So let's get some perspective and balance and fairness on it. Sam, where's Sam? Sam and Phil. Thanks for a fabulous, though, presentation recently in the public in your ward, where I learnt that, in fact, the rates burden seems to be moving out of the CBD and significantly over into eastern suburbs. So my request for what you do as far as planning in this long-term planning process would be, as you're going to be collecting more money off us, in my case 59% more money, you could argue that maybe we're just pulling me into line with where perhaps most residential dwellings are anyway, because I've got 3 people in my house, less than him, more than him. Yeah, had some flatmates, so I can help pay for it. As you're going to be picking up more of the rates out of the eastern suburbs, my area, perhaps we could put some spend into the east now, because the values, you're going to be collecting more money from it. You've got a paper on the table fairly shortly or somewhere, the new plan for the river corridor. Well, excellent, get on with it, pick up the pace, do it with pace, get those cycleways built so we get the money out of government that they've pledged to give us when we actually build them. Let's stop deferring all of that stuff. Let's actually get the damn stuff built so we get the money in, so that we actually put that money into our communities, so there are more jobs, so that perhaps I can afford to pay my 59% more rates. Can I have a plan, please, from you? Now, a plan is a document where you write down a timeline, where you say, I know I'm teaching you how to suck eggs on this one, guys, but seriously, we blew up the sewage treatment plant and we still don't have a plan long-term what we're going to do about this puppy. And it's stinky over there. Yeah, we've sort of cleaned it up a little bit, and the lovely little comms graphs show everything's gone back to green. cross your fingers it stays green through the winter, please, folks, because otherwise it's going to be squealing over there. You know there is. $1.5 million, Jake, for 10 months worth of temporary stuff down Gloucester Street or one of those random streets for a bit of temporary argy. But seriously, guys, fixing the CBD's economic turnover and getting the value back in those buildings actually isn't your problem, isn't your job. It's the people who own those damn buildings. Over in the east, we have risen up our buildings, we've risen up the values, and now we're taking the rates burden. So I'd like you to spend the money actually over in the east that you're now going to be collecting from there and pull back from some of these other random projects that are, oh, we can't possibly get more tourists if we don't actually tidy up this. Tell you what, when the boat comes, the tourists are going to get off it, they're going to come to the CBD, whether it's got road cones on it, whether it's flash or what have you. We've got enough committed in there. Okay, I'll leave it there because the red light's flashing. Happy to take questions if the chair is going to humour me some time.
Go on, who wants to do this? Righto, we'll do Jake and then Tyler.
No, I just wanted to remark on the idea that we should be taking government money whenever it presents it, but we also shouldn't be taking government money and do work on Gloucester Street. But I wanted to get your thoughts on the UAGC in terms of obviously lower, you know,
I wrote it down, Jake. I wrote it down in the submission that you've got in writing.
Didn't touch on it.
It's moving the deck chairs on the chairs on the deck of the Titanic. I don't really care where you put the damn chairs. 59% rates increase, whether you collect that off me as a $50, $150 one way or t'other, $1,000 extra dollars on my rates. I don't really care.
Tyler?
This is extra meta waffle.
Tyler?
No, I just wanted to remark actually. I saw you a lot, Don, on YouTube, and just like a concert, it's actually better seeing it live. So I appreciate you coming in.
Was there a question in that for me, Tyler?
He's going to do autographs outside later. Thank you, Don. Thanks for coming in, mate.
You're welcome.
Okay. Hello. Now we got Mainland Canoe Polo Association. Justin, welcome.
Thank you, councillors and Mayor, for letting us speak today. I'm going to confirm I'm not talking about rates increases, so I'm not sure if that's preferable for you guys. I hope I put most of our details in our submission. We are a smaller minority sport that makes use of mainly a waterway at Lake Rotorua. So I feel a little bit sort of small in scale on the topics we're talking about. Just wanted to come and talk about that. My personal history is I've done about 35 years in that sport. Started as a school kid, gone through to my current age, and sort of finished the full cycle with my kids now playing. So we have a venue, and we're really thankful for what we have got. And like all minorities, smaller sports, we're just trying to increase our ability to allow people to recreate and participate at all levels. And it was really great that the Rotorua development plan went forward and items were put in it. And then I suppose I'm an accountant and I had a look in the budget and there was a bit of a gap in the number side. So what we're asking about is just some consideration on timing of when some of the, the funding for us, it's largely about digging some extra space, some extra pitches in the ground. I'm not sure our councillors are aware of these type of items. So, okay, we're after 2 more holes dug in the shingle at Rotorua, which will mean we've got 4 pitches. The reason that we're after that is we're restrained now. We were originally an indoor sport at QE2. Things happen. We adapted. We moved outside. And it's hard playing a outdoor sport when daylight and temperature are your main adversaries. So yeah, we're just looking to hopefully get the timing of the funding for those particular items in the develop plan sort of more certain and not a long way in the future. As I said, we struggle with just time. You think it's a big space and there's a lot of time, but there's only so many hours after work when it's warm. And for us, Rotorua is it. We can't borrow another football field. We can't ask for a reallocation of something else. At the moment, we have one venue, and that's it. So I suppose, start to go over that. So that's the core of us. We're just looking at that. Sports-wise, we've got about 250, 275 members, half them youth. There's huge potential for us to grow. Hastings, Napier are over twice our size. Palmerston North is bigger than us. So yes, it's a small sport, but it's been successful in other parts of the country where they have resource. Oh, sorry. Okay. That's fine.
Okay, we're going to,
I'd like to end there and rather respond to any questions if you've got.
I'm going to be in strife here. I've got 5 of them already. Tyler, please.
I'll be quick.
Then Sarah.
First time in, you're playing councillor here. Just a question around the indoor-outdoor stuff. Where were you previously to this?
Pre-earthquake, we used both venues.
Okay.
QE2 used to be a 3.5 night a week venue for us in the dive well. After the earthquakes, we adapted, we moved.
Okay.
The outdoor venues are great.
And will you plan to move once, so say, Parakiori is built?
No, I would say we will maintain our main presence outside in summertime. Different discussion on what we'd like to do with the inside in winter. But no, our primary venue will be Rotorua. We've put a little bit of resource into developing that posts and the goals and things there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Last question's around the costing. Do you know of the costing that would cost for those pitches to be installed?
I'm not sure if that's been worked out fully. I think the item in the development plan's got a 200 on it to dig a.
Okay.
I'm no expert on digging holes, but it's probably
I can help you here.
100 by 2 by 30. So I thought I might have been playing.
Sarah.
Thanks so much. And just checking, just following on from Tyler, have you been in conversations with our staff over Parakiori and the use of that space already?
Yes, we have. We have been involved with that. I'm not sure on what our availability. I don't think council's got to allocation of time there yet.
Yeah.
I mean, the problem with indoor venues is, yes, we'll take everything you gave us, as will water polo, underwater hockey, swimming. So yes, we would love some of that too. That's not going to replace our need to be outside at the venue.
Yeah. And thanks for a good number of submissions from you members. It was good to see.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kelly, then Yanni.
Great sport. I've been watching it for years when it was at QE2. It used to store the boats there, etc.
Yep.
I mean, water polo has every Wednesday night. Surely there must be some capacity for you at QE2 and maybe access to an outside cage for boats or something like that?
Yes, just to put it in perspective, our allocation for indoor poolside time this winter is 20 hours. We've got 10 nights of 2 hours at Jelly Park. A lot of the pools won't give you the full pool because they want to maintain public access. So
they don't at QE2. It's just water polo all Wednesday night, which pisses me off when I go down there. But there you go.
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't want to enter a squabble with the other sports. We would love more indoor pool time. I also want to keep that focus that the outdoor venue is our primary one because we can control it. We've got more space. Yeah. We can bring national and international events there. Yeah. I don't know if that came through in our submission, but
no, Kelly,
it is a really good site out there, and I know congratulations on making the most of it. You know,
it's very good. And Yanni, the shortest question of.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for coming in. That's good. I'm going to go and see where we can dig some holes out there for you.
Let me know, and we'll make sure our side's there to.
Okay. No worries. And so now we get to the last one of the day. Sylvia, please. Welcome.
Oh, I see. I don't need to read my submission. Thank you for hearing me today. I did my submission at sort of the last moment of when you had to get things in, because I thought I'd better say something about a few things that I feel quite strongly about. And so for a lot of the items, I haven't done any research about them, so I can't really comment on them. But I am concerned about how much the rate rises are, how much we're paying, the ratepayers are paying for developments. I read something recently, and it seems like often we're paying, developers are only paying about half the costs of their development. We're paying for the rest. And I wonder how we can get more equity so that the ratepayers aren't paying all the development costs. I know out Kindy's Bush Road, they've got all new roads in the new subdivisions. They're all asphalt. Kindy's Bush Road is a great mess, and all the roads leading to these new subdivisions are a patched mess, and I'm afraid that they'll end up being that, a patched mess forever, and they just keep getting patched with chip seal, which is all a bit pointless because it's just money down the drain. Asphalt lasts for 20 years, don't know, a bitumen lasts for 10, and I don't know how much chip seal lasts for, probably 3 weeks. Well, I've seen holes develop, they fix them and they're just there again. It's very, very, very annoying. So that was sort of talking about 1.1, about the infrastructure being a poor cousin, and overall it is a poor cousin too, because up our hill we have got asbestos pipes which are 80 plus years old, and they're shedding asbestos fibres, and we're drinking them. And it's only recently with the Otago University study that that has been found out. Prior to that, the council was doing testing which did not actually give a proper reading, and so more expensive tests need to be done. Now that's concerning, because although there is no hard evidence that I can find, it is suspected that ingesting fibres affects the epithelial tissues of the linings of the body. And of course with asbestos there's a huge, it's not something that happens today or next week, it's sort of, there's a long time span. And so it is something that needs to be looked at, and I know that all over the world asbestos pipes were put in the 40s, and they're a problem everywhere, and nobody wants to address them because it's going to cost a fortune. Hackthorn Road has asbestos pipes which are actually older than ours, they're 90 plus years old. When I asked a couple of years ago when they would be renewing the pipes, they said in 2037. That just is nonsense, especially we're having more development up the top of the hill, and now the pressure on the water is blowing the iron pipes, and they leak all the time. You know, there are problems ongoing, and new development, I would have thought that the new developments would have had to give some contribution to upgrading the existing infrastructure, and that's just doesn't seem to be happening. The bit UAGC, I've really made no comments on that because I haven't really looked at in any depth about what it's all about, but I can see what it's about from listening to the two previous speakers. Sorry about that. Oh, it's my phone. I'll just ignore him and turn it off. Sorry.
Have you got much longer to go, Sylvia? Because you're out of time, but if you're real
Oh,
close...
sorry. I've been rambling.
No.
I have been rambling. I am concerned about the loss of tree cover and the fact that we're saying this city is going to be a national park. That's nonsense. We're just saying things and they'll plant in the red zone, but we're not doing anything to protect. And in Kendy's Bush Road and the Carter's development, hundreds of huge trees have gone. I know they weren't suitable for the development because they were large shelter belts, but there must be a way to protect our cover because we can't call ourselves a garden city, and there's nothing to also encourage residents who have a large amount of tree cover to keep that.
Thank you, Sylvia.
I mean, you will have read it all, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, thank you very much. We've got it all in front of us, so thank you very much for coming in and making the effort to come and see us.
Yeah, it was an effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good on you.
Okay, anyone want to ask anything?
No. Yes, Andre would love to ask. Yeah, fine. You haven't asked any today, so go if you like.
Can I just pick up on the point you made around development contributions and rates, new builds, etc.? So each new development pays $988 towards community infrastructure. So in Hallsville, there's been 4,000 new homes, so 4,000 times 988. We're talking millions of dollars towards community infrastructure paid by developers in the Hallsville area. However, none of that money is actually planned to be spent in Hallsville, because it can be spent anywhere in the city. Do you think
they've just removed a bulldozed tennis court in the street?
Do you think that's fair, or do you think it should have to be some of it have to be spent locally because that was maybe the purpose?
Definitely, because in fact I know there are the big football fields and those grounds, but within these developments there's nowhere for teenagers to connect and do, make friends, shoot a ball, do something. I know there are walkways, and there's the Horsewell Quarry, which wouldn't be there except for our neighbourhood. You'd have turned it into a rubbish dump and a hot mix plant.
Thank you very much. That's answered the question
just
very
clarify,
well.
Heard some comments. So community infrastructure is different to the other aspects of development contributions like parks and whatnot. Separate to that.
Thank you very much for coming in, Sylvia.
Thank you.
Now, just for everyone's information, I'm adjourning this hearing until 9:30 tomorrow morning. So see you all then. Thank you. And thank you everyone for their assistance.
Phil, just a quick one. Shout out to staff for the amazing access to the hub. It's been really good, but I'm wondering if we could bring the one folder and merge it with the other one, because I'm going back and forth on devices. Maybe I can...
Talk to Megan. I've talked to her about getting page numbers added to the agenda.
Yeah, the page numbers are phenomenal.
So you can find
already.
it easier.
Yeah, but on the daily agenda there's no page numbers attached to the hub, so they're doing that for tomorrow.
Sean's all over it.